மேலே மாட்டுக்கணும் ஏன்னா கீழே பேசாதான் தெரியும்.
இறங்கி கீழே கீழே எங்கிட்டு கழிச்சுனேன் அப்புறம் மாட்டி
சொல்கிறது
what a wonderful performance. Thank you so much. May I now request our esteemed chairman, sir, Mr. Kayambu Ramalingam, sir, Kavinga Tangamurthy, sir, Sadashivam, sir, our esteemed guest, Dr. Don Thomas, and correspondents of various schools are requested to take your honorable seats on the dais. And correspondents of various schools are requested to take your honorable seats on the dais. Please join us on the dais. I request the correspondents of various schools are requested to join us on the dais. To mark the auspicious beginning of this conference, we shall now proceed with the traditional lighting of the lamp. I respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward and illuminate the lamp. I invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward and illuminate the lamp. May this light inspire us to seek knowledge, embrace innovations, and discover new possibilities. Thank you, dignitaries. May this light continue to guide every mind here. Every memorable event begins with a heartfelt welcome. To formally welcome this gathering and set the tone for today's celebration, it's my pleasure to invite Mrs. M. Vadivambal Ma'am, the academic coordinator of Shree Raaja Rajan Cbse School, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to all. National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics 1950. Jad Isaac Mann delivered a major speech on May 26, updating the world on NASA's progress towards building a permanent moon base for the benefit of all. NASA is a dream place for the students pursuing space science, astronomy, astrophysics, and many. I cordially welcome everyone to the International Conference on Recent Trends in Science and Space Technology, organized by Shree Raaja Rajan College of Engineering and Technology and Shree Raaja Rajan Cbse School. I cordially welcome the man of visionary approach towards teaching, focused dedication, leads us. I gladly welcome our academic advisor, Dr. Subbiah sir, Chairman, Shree Raaja Rajan Group of Institutions, former Vice Chancellor of Azhagappa University, Karaikudi, for the international conference. We welcome you, sir. I cordially welcome Dr. Don Thomas, sir, NASA Astronaut USA, for the international conference. He talks in a way legible to all students. He first asks about the grade and age of the students, then gives the clarity for the questions and doubts for the students eagerly. A kind person to all and easy to move. That's what I felt yesterday. We happily welcome Dr. Don Thomas, sir, for the international conference. I happily welcome Mr. Kayambu Ramalingam, sir, CEO, NASA Chennai, and Go for Guru Academy, Chennai. Such a nice, simple man, gives a good guidance to organize the show firmly. And thank you, Mr. Kayambu Ramalingam, sir. All-time well-wisher of our institution and support us in every steps ahead in our institution. I gladly welcome Kavingir Thangamurthy, sir, for the international conference. I also welcome all the school correspondents, principals, deans, vice principals, coordinators, teachers, students, parents, press and media people for the today's international conference. Best wishes to all students and future astronauts. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for those warm and gracious words of welcome. Now, it's time to honor our guest. I request our respected chairman, sir, of our institution, Dr. S. Subbiah, sir, to honor our esteemed chief guest, Dr. R. Don Thomas, sir. Our esteemed guest is presenting a shawl to a little champion for her wonderful performance on stage. Now it's time to honor our chief guest. I request our magnanimous chairman, Dr. S. Subbiah, sir, to honor our esteemed chief guest, Dr. R. Don Thomas, sir, the NASA Astronaut, USA, as a token of love, respect. We are presenting a shawl. We are presenting a shawl and garland. We are really privileged to present, sir. As a token of appreciation and love, we are presenting a memento for our esteemed guest at this moment. Thank you, sir, for your valuable presence. Now, our respected chairman, sir, is honoring Mr. Kayambu Ramalingam, sir, the Go for Guru, the founder and CEO. Our respected chairman, sir, is honoring Mr. Kayambu Ramalingam, sir, Go for Guru, the founder and CEO. Now, our respected chairman, sir, is honoring Kavingir Thangamurthy, sir, the Best Teacher National Awardee, the former member of Sahitya Academy, New Delhi.
Correspondent, ideas.
Now, our respected chairman, sir, is honoring Dr. Sadasivam, sir, the USA. Now, our respected chairman, sir, is honoring the correspondents of various school. J.M. Hariharan, sir, correspondent, Wesley Matriculation Higher Secondary School, Arandangi. T. Shanmugam, sir, the founder and senior principal, Creative Matriculation Higher Secondary School, Puliyur. Now, respected chairman, sir, is honoring Sheikh Sultan, sir, the correspondents of Ideal School. And now, our respected chairman, sir, is honoring Sheikh Sultan, sir, the correspondents of Ideal School. Now, our chairman, sir, is honoring R. Sudarshan, sir, the director, Shree Venkateshwara Matriculation Higher Secondary School, Puthukottai. Now, our chairman, sir, is going to honor Dr. Karpaga ma'am, the principal, St. Michael College of Engineering and Technology, Kaliyar Kovil. I request the correspondents and principals of various schools to kindly join us on stage. I request the correspondents and principals of various schools to kindly join us on stage.
The principals or correspondents of any other schools are present, kindly come up on the stage.
Thank you, dignitaries. We now move forward with a few words of appreciation and felicitation. It's my pleasure to invite Mr. Kaimbu Ramalingam sir, the founder and CEO of Go For Guru, to deliver the felicitation address. Now, our respected chairman, sir, is going to deliver his presidential address at this joyful moment.
Very good morning, one and all present here. I am extremely happy to deliver presidential address in the conference, international conference organized by Shree Raaja Rajan College of Engineering and Technology jointly with Shree Raaja Rajan Cbse school. Extremely happy to welcome the great astronaut from USA, the chief guest of this function, Dr. Don Damas. And I'm extremely happy to welcome once again Mr. Kayambu Ramalingam, the CEO. He is the CEO of G4 Guru founder, and he is also from USA. And I'm happy to welcome the best teacher national awardee Kavinyar Thangamurthy, former member Sakiti Academy. I'm extremely happy to welcome Dr. Sadasivam from USA, and school correspondents Mr. Sheikh Sultan from Ideal School, Arandangi, Mr. Shanmugam from Creative Matriculation School, Tiruvadhanai, Mr. Hariharan from Wesley School, Arandangi, Mr. Sudarshan, Director, Venkateshwara School, Pudukottai, Mr. Suresh from Selection School, Arandangi, and the principal of in the school, Michael Engineering College, Kalayar Goyil. Huh? Okay. And the principal and the correspondents from various schools from Pudukottai district, Ramanathapuram district, and Sivagangai district, and the teachers from various schools, those who have brought all the students here, and the students from various schools, members of the press and media, teachers and students of Raaja Rajan group of institutions. I am extremely happy to welcome you all for this international conference. And this is a great event because it is very difficult to go to USA and meet Don Damas in NASA. It is very difficult to go to USA. And we have helped you in bringing Don Damas here so that you can meet him and you can interact with him and you can listen to his speech and his presentation. He is going to share with his experiences in this space. He is a great man. You should not think that he is from very affluent family and educated family. He has come up from very ordinary family, poor family, and he has grown up in the rural area, and he was not able to get through in the examination to become an astronaut for the first time. He struggled for 3 times. At the 4th time only he was able to pass his examination as an astronaut. So you have to learn. If you try, you should not worry about the failures. We should try. We should work hard. And if you work hard, you can become like the great astronaut, Mr. Don Donald. He has come from astronaut. I am joining with you all to welcome again to Shree Raaja Rajan group of institutions. And this conference has been organized. We have got an idea from our student, Selvi Meyyamai. She was doing 10th standard at that time. She was able to visit USA, NASA USA, and she was there for 10 days. She was staying in the NASA with astronauts for 10 days. And that motivated us to bring the real astronaut from USA so that you can meet and you can interact. And we have allotted more than 45 minutes. You can interact with him, you can ask any questions. He is ready to answer you. And why we have organized this conference? And this conference will motivate you. This conference will motivate you by seeing the great astronaut, and you should also know about very important person who played a key role in bringing Don Thomas here, Mr. Kayambu Ramalingam. Now he is settled at America. He is a citizen of America. He was born in Aruppukkottai in Tamil Nadu, and he is the root cause for bringing the astronaut here. Not only that, he is taking number of students every year to NASA. He only told me there are 15 centers, NASA centers in America. Now, I was thinking that there is only one NASA in America, whereas he told me that there are 15 centers, NASA centers in America, one for launching and another for designing and another for training. There are 15 centers, NASA centers in America. And he has come here. He has not only brought this astronaut, he is ready to take you to America. And he is going to conduct quiz contest, and he will conduct the examination. Based on that, he is going to select one winner. He will take him or her to NASA freely, and he will take another 50 students with the 50% cost, and he will tell you all the details. And if you are ready to spend 3 lakhs, he will arrange for a 10-year visa to USA, and he will take you there, and you can stay there in NASA for 10 days. And he will take you to America, and you can visit so many places. He will arrange for that. He is the person, he did his PhD in Anna University. When he was doing his PhD in Anna University, he got an opportunity. He got a job in USA in the software field. He went there, he worked there, and he is conducting Go for Guru program, online program. He is conducting so many courses, and he has decided to take Indian students to America. That is why he has brought the astronaut, and he motivates the students, and in turn he is ready to take you all to USA if you are ready to spend only 3 lakhs. And he will tell you all the details to you. And I should be very thankful to the other guest, Mr. Thangamurthy, and he's a very great poet, a national best teacher awardee, and he used to come to our school often, and he's a very great orator, and he is going to introduce the great guest, Don Thomas here. And Mr. Sadasivam has come, Dr. Sadasivam, who is my brother-in-law, and he has been in USA for more than 20 years, and he was there in London for 15 years. He is one of the best doctors in USA, and I'm very happy that he has also joined with us in this great function. And many correspondents have come here. Many principals have come here, many teachers have come here. They only brought all these thousands of students here, and I am very grateful to you. I have to thank you all because we have spent 10 lakhs, and you are here, and you are sponsoring And with your sponsor only we are able to bring the great person, Don Damas. And you should, you can see him, you can ask many questions, and you have to get inspiration from him. Science and technology, it is inseparable from our life. And if you want to achieve in science and technology, you should take Don Thomas as a model. If you take anyone as a model, you can achieve in your life. You can achieve in science and space technology by having Don Thomas as a model. You can achieve in your life. Thank you very much. I have to thank all the principal, all the correspondent, all the teachers, all the students, all the press people, all those who all come here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for inspiring and thought-provoking words. We now move forward with a few words of appreciation and felicitation. It's my pleasure to invite Mr. Kayambu Ramalingam, sir, the founder and CEO of Go for Guru, to deliver the felicitation address.
Thank you so much, every one of you. First, I'd like to thank our chairman, sir, Dr. Subbu, sir. நார்மலாக நாங்கள் இங்கே இருந்தால் நாசாக்கு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை கூட்டிகிட்டு போவோம். ஆனால் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்காக நாசாவையே சார் இங்கே கொண்டு வந்திருக்கிறாங்க. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஐ வுட் லைக் டு தேங்க்யூ சார். எதனாலன்னு சொன்னால் இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம் ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டண்ட் இன்னைக்கு. ஒன்று வந்து okay, recent trends in science and space technology, it opens up a lot of fields right now. Science technology, cyber security, or space side, artificial intelligence எப்படி ஒர்க் ஆகுது. வெறும் எக்ஸாம் மட்டும் நீங்கள் பாஸ் பண்ணால் பத்தாது. இப்போ இருக்கக்கூடிய 6th, 7th up to 12th ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இங்கே இருக்கிறீங்க. வெறும் எக்ஸாம் மட்டும் பாஸ் பண்ணால் பத்தாது. உங்கள் ஸ்கில் இன்னும் வளர்த்துக்கணும். நிறைய ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் வந்து இப்போ ரீசெண்ட் சயின்ஸில் வர ஆரம்பிச்சாச்சு. ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், மெஷின் லேர்னிங் தெரியும். அதே மாதிரி ஸ்பேஸ் சயின்ஸில் வந்து இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் இஸ் மோர் ரைட் நவ். எல்லாத்துக்கும் மேலே உங்களெல்லாம் இன்ஸ்பயர் பண்ணுறதுக்காக டாக்டர் டான் தாமஸ் வந்திருக்கிறாங்க. நம்ம சேர்மன் சார் சொன்னது மாதிரி அவருடைய வாழ்க்கையே ஒரு பெரிய இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன். 3 தடவை ஃபெயிலியர் ஆகிட்டு 4th டைம் ஹீ பிகம் அ நாசா ஆஸ்ட்ரோனட். அதுக்கப்புறம் 4 times ஹி வாஸ் இன் ஸ்பேஸ். அவர் எங்களை மாதிரி ஆட்கள் மட்டும் இல்லை, உங்களுக்கு ஃப்யூச்சர் ஜென்ரேஷனுக்கும் ஹீ இஸ் அ வெரி இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன் மாடல். அவருடைய லைஃப் ஹிஸ்ட்ரியெல்லாம் நீங்கள் பாருங்கள், நீங்கள் ஆன்லைனில் போய் பாருங்கள். இப்போல்லாம் சோஷியல் மீடியா, யூடியூப் இதெல்லாம் பார்க்குறீங்க. அதனால் எக்ஸாம் மட்டும் நம்ம பாஸ் பண்ணால் பத்தாது. உங்களுடைய திறமை எதுலேன்னு கண்டுபிடிச்சு அதில் வந்து ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணி நீங்கள் இப்போ இருக்கக்கூடிய ரீசெண்ட் சயின்ஸ் டெவலப்மெண்ட், சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி என்னன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் இப்போ வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸு, மெஷின் லேர்னிங், இது எல்லாமே தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி இதில் நிறைய செலவழித்து நாசாலேருந்து இங்கே அவரை கொண்டு வந்த நோக்கம் உங்களை வந்து இன்ஸ்பயர் பண்ணுறதுக்காகவும் இதனோட இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸை வந்து சொல்கிறதுக்காக தான். ஐ தேங்க் அகெயின் அவர் சேர்மன் சார். ஆல்சோ ஐ தேங்க் விசாலாட்சி மேம், கிரேட் சவுண்ட் இன்ஜினியர், மிஸ்டர் சிங்கராஜ் சாரோட மிஸ்ஸஸ் ஃப்ரம் சென்னை, சாரோட ஸ்டூடெண்ட். அவங்க தான் எனக்கு நம்ம சேர்மன் சார் இன்ட்ரோ கொடுத்தாங்க. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஐ வுட் லைக் டு தேங்க் விசாலாட்சி மேம் ஃபார் இன்ட்ரடியூசிங் அவர் கிரேட் பர்சன் சேர்மன் சார். Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Yep. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for the inspiring words. We now have the pleasure of honoring Mr. Suresh, sir, the correspondent of Selection School, Arandangi. I request our respected chairman, sir, to honor Mrs. Suresh, sir, the correspondent of Selection School, Arandangi. Now I request our chairman, sir, to honor Mrs. Vasarashi ma'am, the administrative partner of Go for Guru. Thank you, dignitaries. Some people teach through knowledge, while others inspire through words. Kavaiya Thangamurthy sir is a wonderful blend of both, a distinguished poet, educationist, writer and orator. He served on the Tamil Advisory Board of Sahitya Academy, New Delhi, and as a syndicate member of Bharathidasan University. His contribution to education has been recognized with prestigious honors, including National Award for Teacher and the Dr. Raaja Krishnan Award. It's my privilege to welcome you to deliver your speech, sir.
மேடையில் அமர்ந்திருக்கிற சான்றோர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் என்னுடைய வணக்கத்தை நான் பணிவோடு தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். எதிர்கால இந்தியாவினுடைய நம்பிக்கை நட்சத்திரங்களாக இருக்கிற மாணவர்களுக்கு என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை அன்போடு தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். மாணவர்களிடத்தில் ஒரு அன்பான வேண்டுகோளை நான் இந்த இடத்துல வைக்கிறதுக்கு ஆசைப்பட்றேன். உங்களுடைய அட்டென்ஷன் கொஞ்சம் மேடையில் இருக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறத நான் கேட்டுக்கிறேன். பெரும்பாலும் கிளாஸ் ரூமில் டீச்சர்ஸ் கிளாஸ் எடுக்கிறப்ப கண் அங்கே இருக்கும், சிந்தனை வேறு இடத்துல இருக்கும். ஆனால் இந்த வாய்ப்பு அப்படிங்கிறது லட்சத்தில் ஒருத்தர் கூட கிடைக்காது. அது உங்களுக்கு கிடைச்சிருக்கு அப்படிங்கிறதுல யூ ஆர் ஸோ பிளஸ்டு. நீங்கள் ரொம்ப கொடுத்து வச்சுருக்கணும். ஏன்னா இப்படி ஒரு ஆளுமையை, இப்படி ஒரு பர்சனாலிட்டியை உங்களுக்கு கண்ணுக்கு எதிராக பார்க்குற ஒரு வாய்ப்பை ராஜராஜன் கல்லூரி அதனுடைய தலைவர் டாக்டர் சுப்பையா அவர்கள் ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுத்துருக்குறாங்க. அதற்காக நீங்கள் ஒரு பெரிய கைதட்டல் மூலமாக அந்த கல்லூரியை, அந்த நிர்வாகத்தை நீங்கள் பாராட்டணும் அப்படின்னு நான் கேட்டுக்கிறேன். இன்னொன்று, நான் ரிக்வெஸ்ட் ஆல் த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், நீங்கள் பேசுகிறது எப்போ வேணாலும் பேசிக்கலாம். நான் மறுபடியும் கிளாஸ் எடுக்கிறதா நீங்கள் நினைக்க வேண்டியதில்லை. இப்போ நீங்கள் ஏதாவது பேசணும், இன்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ணணும், ஜாலியாக இருக்கணும்னா அவ்வளவு ஸ்பேஸ் இருக்குது. ஆனால் இங்கே உள்ள ஸ்பேஸில் உள்ள ஒரு பர்சனை நீங்கள் பார்க்கணும். அதுக்கு நீங்கள் ரொம்ப முக்கியமாக, நான் பாப்பா உடனே தாங்க என்ன சொல்கிறேன், நான் இங்கே தான் பார்க்கணும், இவங்கள தான் பார்க்கணும். நீங்கள் பக்கத்தில் வேறு எதையும் பேச வேண்டியதில்லைங்கிறது என்னுடைய கருத்து. ஏன்னா உங்களுடைய சிந்தனை இங்கே தான் இருக்கணும். நீங்கள் கொஸ்டின் கேட்கலாம் அப்படிங்கிறாங்க. சார் எனக்கு அவ்வளவு ஃப்ளூயண்ட்டாக இங்கிலீஷில் பேச வராது, தமிழில் கேளுங்க சார் இருக்காங்க, ராமலிங்கம் சார் அதை டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணி சொல்லி உங்களுக்கு ஆன்சர் வாங்கி தருவாங்க. ஸோ நீங்கள் பயப்பட வேண்டியதில்லை. ஏன் என்ற கேள்வி கேட்காமல் நம் வாழ்க்கை இல்லை அப்படின்னு ஒரு பாட்டு இருக்கு. ஏன், எதற்கு, எப்படி. ஒய் அப்படின்னு எவன் ஒருத்தன் கேட்க தொடங்குகிறானோ அவன் மிகப்பெரிய ஆளுமையாக வருவான். ஹவு அப்படின்னு நீங்கள் கேட்க தெரியணும். வென் அப்படின்னு கேட்க தெரியணும். ஸோ இந்த கொஸ்டின்ஸ் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியமானது. ஒரு விண்வெளியில் இப்போ நீங்கள் ஹாஸ்டலில் கொண்டு போய் உங்களை விடுறோன்னு வச்சுங்களேன், காலேஜில் ஹாஸ்டலில் விட்டலாம். இந்த கேர்ள்ஸ் எல்லாம் என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க அப்படின்னா, 2 நாளில் நான் இருக்க மாட்டேன் சார், நான் வீட்டுக்கு போகிறேன் சார், ஐயோ எனக்கு இந்த சாப்பாடு ஒத்துக்கல, எனக்கு ஹோம் சிக் இருக்குது, எனக்கு அப்பா ஞாபகமாக இருக்குது, அம்மா ஞாபகமாக இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவீங்களா? ஆனால் எந்த ஃபெசிலிட்டிஸும் இல்லாமல் விண்வெளியில் 43 நாட்கள் இருந்த மாமனிதர் தான் இங்கே இருக்கிற டான் தாமஸ். 43 days அங்கே இருந்திருக்கிறார். நீங்கள் யோசிச்சு பாருங்க, 43 நாள் இருக்க முடியுமா? நிலவை பார்த்து வானம் சொன்னது என்னை தொடாதே அப்படின்லாம் ஒரு பாட்டு இருக்கு. ஆனால் நிலவே போயிட்டாங்க. நான் ஒரு பொயட்டு, சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி நான் ஒரு கவிஞன். நான் என்ன பார்ப்பேன், தண்ணியில் நிலவை பார்க்கறது தான் என்னுடைய வேலை. தண்ணியில் நான் நிலவை பார்த்தா கவிஞன். ஆனால் நிலவில் போய் தண்ணி இருக்கான்னு பார்க்குற ஒரு மாமனிதர் தான் சயின்டிஸ்ட். நிலவில் போய், வானத்தில் போய், நம்மெல்லாம் எட்ட முடியாத உயரத்தில் போயிருக்கோம். பெரும்பாலான நம்மளுடைய மாணவர்களுடைய கனவுகள் என்னவா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு கேட்டால், ஐ வாண்ட் டு பிகம் அ டாக்டர். சதாசிவன் சார் இருக்கிறாரு, அவர் ஒரு யூஎஸ்ஏல ஒரு ரொம்ப ஃபேமஸ் ஃபிசிஷியன். அவர், நீங்கள் எல்லாருடைய கனவும் ஒரு டாக்டர், ஒரு இன்ஜினியர். ஆனால் நீங்கள் ஒரு டாக்டர், இன்ஜினியராக மட்டுமே இந்த உலகத்தில் எல்லாரும் வந்துட்டாங்கன்னா, இந்த மைக் செட் யார் கண்டுபிடிப்பா? இந்த லைட்டு யாருக்கு கண்டுபிடிப்பா? தாமஸ் ஆல்வா எடிசன் இந்த லைட்டை கண்டுபிடிக்கிறப்ப 32 years old அவருக்கு, 32 வயசு. 32 வயதில் 1600 கண்டுபிடிப்புகளுக்கு பிறகு ஒரு விஞ்ஞானி ஒரு விளக்கை கண்டுபிடிக்கிறார், ஒரு ஒலிபெருக்கியை கண்டுபிடிக்கிறாங்க. இந்த ஒலிபெருக்கியானா இல்லாத காரணத்தில் நம்ம எங்கள் ஊரில் புதுக்கோட்டையில் பி சின்னப்பான்னு ஒருத்தர் கத்துவார் பாட்டை, அடுத்த ஊருக்கு கேட்குற அளவுக்கு அடித்தொண்டையிலிருந்து பாட்டு பாடுவார். ஏன்? நோ ஆடியோ சிஸ்டம். இப்போ இந்த கேமரா ஃபோட்டோ இதெல்லாம் இல்லை அந்த காலத்தில். இப்போ இவ்வளோ சயின்டிஸ்ட், சயின்ஸ் அண்ட் டெக்னாலஜி அவ்வளோ வளர்ந்துருக்கு. இந்த வளர்ந்துருக்கிற டெக்னாலஜியை நாம் தான் என்ன பண்ணிட்டோம், ரீல்ஸாக போட்டு நம்ம மூளையை மழுங்கழிச்சிட்டோம். ரீல்ஸாக போட்டு மூளையை மழுங்கழிச்சிட்டோம். ஆனால் நீங்கள் ஏன் வந்திருக்கிறீங்க அப்படின்னா, ஏன் ஆர்வத்தோடு வந்திருக்கிறீங்க? நிறைய ஸ்கூல் கரஸ்பாண்டன்ட் இங்கே இருக்கிறாங்க. இந்த கரஸ்பாண்டன்ட்டுக்கு பூரா என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் என்னுடைய பாராட்டுக்களையும் அன்போடு தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா ஒரு இளம் வயதில் ஒரு இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் கான்ஃபரன்ஸில் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் கலந்துக்கிறாங்க. இப்போ நாங்கள் டாக்டர் சுப்பையா அவர்கள், ராமலிங்கம் சார், இப்போ இவங்கெல்லாம் நாங்கள்லாம் வந்து காலேஜ் டேஸில், யூனிவர்சிட்டி டேஸில் தான் ஒரு இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் கான்ஃபரன்ஸில் கலந்துக்கிட்டோம். ஆனால் ஸ்கூலில் படிக்கிறப்பவே இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் கான்ஃபரன்ஸில் கலந்துக்கிட்ட ஒரு பெரிய பெருமை இந்த ஹிஸ்ட்ரி உங்கள்கிட்ட இருக்குது அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கு உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் ஐ கங்க்ராச்சுலேட் ஆல் த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டு. நீங்கள் எங்கே போயிட்டு வரேன்னு சொல்லணும். ஏதோ காரைக்குடியில் ஒரு பஸ்ஸில் ஏற்றுனாங்க, அப்புறம் ஏற்றி போனோம், நல்ல பிரியாணி போட்டாங்க, அப்படிலாம் சொல்லக்கூடாது. We attended one international conference. Dr. Don Thomas, we met Dr. Don Thomas. என்ன ஏஜ் இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க அவருக்கு? 20? 71 இயர்ஸில் எப்படி யங் அண்ட் எனர்ஜெட்டிக்காக இருக்கிறார் பார்த்தீங்களா? எப்படி ஸ்மைல் பண்ணுறார் பார்த்தீங்களா? எப்படி ஒரு குழந்தை மாதிரி இருக்கிறார் பார்த்தீங்களா? அறிவியலில், விஞ்ஞானத்தில் சாதிச்சிங்கன்னா இப்படி இருக்கலாம் நீங்கள். அப்போ நீங்கள்லாம் உங்கள்லேருந்து ஒருத்தர் அப்படி புறப்பட்டு போயிட்டு, சார் நான் அன்னைக்கு ராஜராஜனில் நடந்த இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் அட்டன் பண்ணேன், ஸோ அதன் மூலமாக என்னை நான் அப்படியே புதுப்பிச்சு எதையாவது இந்த நாட்டுக்கு சாதிக்கணும்னு நான் உருவானேன்னு இன்னும் ஒரு 20 இயர்ஸுக்கு அப்புறம், 25 இயர்ஸுக்கு அப்புறம் நீங்கள் சொன்னீங்கன்னா, தட் இஸ் த சக்ஸஸ் ஆஃப் திஸ் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ். இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸினுடைய மிகப்பெரிய வெற்றி என்பது அதுதான். அதே மாதிரி கொஸ்டின் செஷன் ஒன்று இருக்கும். சார் இன்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ணுறப்ப நல்லா கேட்கணும். நீங்கள் என்ன சொல்லக்கூடாது, நீ கேளு, எனக்கு வெக்கமாக இருக்குது. வெக்கமாக இருந்தால் எப்படி 43 நாள் போய் விண்வெளியில் இருப்பீங்க? ஸோ யூ ஷுட் ஆஸ்க் போல்ட்லி. நல்லா போல்டாக கேட்கணும். எ கிரேட்டஸ்ட் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி உங்கள் லைஃப்பில் இந்த நாள் ஒரு பொன்னாள். எவ்வளவோ நாட்களை நம்ம வீணடிக்கிறோம், எவ்வளவோ நேரத்தை வீணடிக்கிறோம். ஆனால் இன்றைய நாள் இந்த 17 ஒரு ரொம்ப 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 உங்கள் லைஃப் ஹிஸ்ட்ரியில் ரொம்ப முக்கியமான ஒரு நாள். இந்த நாள் வீணடிக்கப்படாத ஒரு நாள். இந்த நாள் ரொம்ப பயனுள்ள நாள். ஒரு மனிதனை சந்திக்கிற ஒரு நாள். நமக்கெல்லாம் ரொம்ப தூரமாக இருந்துச்சு. அமெரிக்கான்னா ரொம்ப டிஸ்டன்ஸ், நாசான்னா கனவு, நிலவுன்னா கனவு, சூரியன்னா கனவு, செவ்வாய்னா நமக்கு கனவு. நம்மெல்லாம் எங்கே செவ்வாயை நம்மளை பார்க்க வச்சாங்க? தோஷத்தில் பார்க்க வச்சாங்க. அந்த பொண்ணுக்கு செவ்வாய் தோஷம், கட்டம் சரியில்லை. நீங்கள் போய் என்ன பண்ணுறீங்கன்னா, இந்த கோயிலில் போய் 7 தடவை சுற்றி வந்து அர்ச்சனையை பண்ணி தேங்காயை உடைச்சி இப்படியே நம்மளை மாற்றிட்டாங்க. அது அல்ல. செவ்வாய் கிரகத்துக்கு எப்படி போகிறதுன்னு அவர்கிட்ட கேளுங்க. எப்படிங்க அங்கெல்லாம் போய் வாழலாம்? சார் சூரியன் ரொம்ப ஹீட்டாக இருக்குங்கிறாங்களே, என்னால் போக முடியாதா? எங்கள் ஸ்கூலில் ஹோம்ஒர்க் கொடுக்குறாங்க, அதை விட ஹீட்டாக இருக்குது. சூரியன் அதை விடவா ஹீட்டாக இருக்கும்? கேளுங்க. ஸோ ஆஸ்க் கொஸ்டின்ஸ். நிறைய கேள்விகள் கேட்கணும். ஒரு அருமையான கான்ஃபரன்ஸை, இந்த ஒரு இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் கான்ஃபரன்ஸை நடத்துகிறது இட்ஸ் நாட் அ ஈஸி ஒன். ஆனால் உங்கள் எல்லாரையும் ஒரு இடத்துல ஒருங்கிணைச்சு ஒரு அருமையான ஹாலில் உட்கார வச்சு அங்கே இருக்கிற கடைசி மாணவர்கள் வரைக்கும் இந்த செய்தியை கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்கணும் அப்படின்னு ராஜராஜன் கல்லூரியில் 1 மாத காலமாக உழைத்து ஒரு பெரிய கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் ஏற்பாடு பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க. எனக்கு தெரிந்து தமிழ்நாட்டில் வந்து ஒரு இவ்வளவு ஸ்கூல்ஸ் இருக்குது. 40,000 அரசு பள்ளிகள் இருக்குது, ஒரு 9,000 தனியார் பள்ளிகள் இருக்குது. இவ்வளவு பள்ளிகளில் தமிழ்நாட்டு வரலாற்றினுடைய கல்வி பயணத்தில் முதன் முறையாக ராஜராஜன் பள்ளியில் தான் ஒரு உலகத்தரம் வாய்ந்த ஒரு கான்ஃபரன்ஸை ராஜராஜன் கல்லூரியில் நடத்துகிறாங்க. அதற்காக எங்கள் பள்ளிகள் சார்பில் அனைத்து தனியார் பள்ளிகள், அரசு பள்ளிகள், அரசு கல்லூரிகள் சார்பில் இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸினுடைய சேர்மன் டாக்டர் சுப்பையா அவர்களுக்கு எங்களுடைய மனம் நிறைந்த நன்றிகளை, பாராட்டுக்களை ரொம்ப அன்போடு தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறோம். இதற்காக உழைத்த அத்தனை பெருமக்களுக்கும் எங்களுடைய வணக்கத்தை தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறோம். ஒரு மாபெரும் மனிதனை சந்திக்கிற ஒரு பெரிய வாய்ப்பு இருக்குது. நாங்கள்லாம் சினிமா நடிகர் நடிகைகளையாக பார்த்து நாங்கள்லாம் நொந்து நூலாகிருக்கோம். இவன் காப்பாற்றுவானா, அவன் காப்பாற்றுவானா, இவன் சண்டை போட்டுவானா, அவன் சண்டை போடுவானான்னு நாங்கள்லாம் ரொம்ப நொந்து போயிருக்கிறோம். இவன் படம் வருமா, அவன் படம் வருமானு க்யூவில் நின்று இவங்க படத்தெல்லாம் பார்த்து இந்த மூளை மழுங்கி போச்சு. உண்மையான கதாநாயகனை இந்த இடத்துல உட்கார வச்சிருக்கிறீங்க. அதற்கு எங்களுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறோம். த ரியல் ஹீரோ. அதனால் திரைப்படங்களிலிருந்து நீங்கள்லாம் அப்படியே ஒதுங்கி அறிவியலில் நம்ம இந்தியா இன்னும் உயர்றதுக்கு உங்கள் கரங்களில் தான் இருக்குது. நீங்கள் தான் நம்பிக்கை. உங்களை நம்பித்தான் தேசம் இருக்கிறது. உங்களை நம்பித்தான் ராமலிங்கம் சார் போன்ற பெரிய விஞ்ஞானிகள் உங்களை எல்லாம் அழைச்சிட்டு போயிட்டு மாபெரும் மனிதர்களாக உருவாக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிற கனவுல தான் வந்திருக்கிறாங்க. ஸோ வேல்யூபிள் டைம், அவங்களுடைய நேரம் ரொம்ப வேல்யூபிள் டைம். அந்த நேரத்தை பயன்படுத்தி இந்த மாநாட்டை நீங்கள் பயன்படுத்தி கொள்ள வேண்டும். எல்லோரும் ஒரு முறையாவது அந்த மாபெரும் மனிதர்கிட்ட அப்படி கையை குலுக்கணும். அப்படி கையை குலுக்குனா அந்த வைப்ரேஷன் உங்கள் கைக்கு வரும். அப்படி மின்சாரம் பாய்வதை போல உங்கள் கைக்கு அந்த மின்சாரம், அந்த அறிவு கடத்தப்படணும் அப்படிங்கிறத நான் ரொம்ப அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கிறேன். இந்த நிகழ்வு, இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் ரொம்ப வெற்றிகரமாக நடப்பதற்கு வாழ்த்துக்களை சொல்லி நிறைவு செய்கிறேன். வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking address. Now, with immense pleasure, I invite Dr. Sadasivam, sir, to share his valuable thoughts with us.
I welcome Dr. Don Thomas. I am living in the United States for more than 26 years. I lived in England for 8 years, but I never got the opportunity to see the astronaut. This is the first time I'm seeing, but you all, this young age, you got this opportunity. This opportunity is made by Dr. Subbaya and also Dr. Ramalingam. Because you all are very lucky people, he brought the astronaut here. The few things I learned from him is he studied in a place, in a Cornell University, one of the topmost university in the United States. He studied there where I am working now. And also certain things that Dr. Subbaya mentioned, that he did not come from very rich family. He came from very poor family, but still because he's persistent and constant fight, he became an astronaut. If you take in the world, now we have 7 billion people. Since the space research started, we have only 600 people reached the space. So that is not this 7, probably 14-15 million people, only 600 went there. It is not become an astronaut. Reaching the space is not very easy. It's a very strict selection. He achieved it, and he's a great inspiration for me as well to see him. But I cannot go to space now. But the inspiration, you all don't try to think to go to space. At least you take him as a role model. Even if you are poor, even if you fail multiple times in your life, you can achieve things. You can achieve in various fields. In India, we know only 3 fields. One is doctor or engineer or lawyer, all other things. But each field is great. You all has to work hard and be persistent. Don't, if you get failure, don't stop it. You keep on working on it. Thanks for Dr. Subbaya, gave the opportunity for all of you. And thank you very much for Dr. Don Thomas came to India and giving motivation to all the future generation. I appreciate him as well. I appreciate all the students and all the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable words with us. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a countdown. 10, 9, and 8. The earth becomes smaller, the sky turns dark. For most of us, this is a dream. For Dr. R. Don Thomas, it's a lived experience. Selected by NASA in 1990, Dr. Thomas traveled into space 4 times, spending more than 1,004 hours in space. His missions involved research in microgravity, materials and life sciences, and his STS-70 helped to deploy a tracking and data relay satellite, strengthening communication between Earth and spacecraft. His remarkable NASA journey also including as a Capcom. So let us travel beyond the boundaries of Earth, not by rocket, but through his words and experience. So ladies and gentlemen, with thunderous round of applause, please welcome our distinct chief guest to deliver his address.
Good morning, everybody. I want to welcome all of our students, faculty, staff, all the teachers. I'm very excited to be with you here today. I want to thank Dr. Sabaya and all the staff here at the amazing Shree Raaja Rajan College of Engineering and Technology for hosting this event. So a round of applause. As you heard, I had the amazing opportunity to fly in space 4 times. And this morning, I want to share with you some of those experiences. I'll talk about how we eat and sleep and exercise in space. I'll show you some of my favorite pictures of the Earth taken from above. We'll talk about the landing, and then we'll talk about some of NASA's future programs that some of you may have an opportunity to be a part of. So we'll get the presentation up. Yeah. This is where we say, Houston, we've had a problem. We're getting the right presentation up, so one minute. Good? Okay, we are ready to begin here. So I was wondering if anybody recognizes this individual here. Rakesh Sharma, the first Indian in space. He launched in 1984 on a Russian rocket to the Salyut 7 space station. This next one gets a little harder. Kalpana Chawla, right? She became a NASA astronaut. She worked for me in the astronaut office for about a year. We shared an office together, and she was the hardest working astronaut that I have ever met. She always had a smile on her face. She loved talking about flying and being in space. A great astronaut. And here, I'll get closer, yeah. Sunita Williams. Her father was born here in India. Sunita was born in my hometown of Cleveland, Ohio. So we're also good friends. She had 3 missions up to the International Space Station, and she just recently retired from the astronaut program. Now, I'd like to take a minute to share with you my story, how I got here. I was just 6 years old when the first American astronaut launched into space. That was a long time ago, back in May of 1961. And at my school, they brought us all to the gymnasium. I sat on the floor, and I watched the launch on a small black and white TV. And as soon as our astronaut had launched into space that day, I remember sitting there saying, I want to do that. So ever since I was 6 years old, I knew I wanted to be an astronaut. I wanted to ride a rocket. I wanted to experience zero gravity floating around in space. So I always knew what I wanted to do. The problem is, well, how do you get there? How do you become an astronaut? And as a young boy, I had no idea how to do this. We only had 7 American astronauts at that time, and I didn't know any of them. But the one thing I recognized early on was it was going to be difficult. There was a lot of competition. Thousands of people apply to be an astronaut, and then a small handful get selected. So as a young boy, I knew my only shot of making it to space was going to have to involve me working hard and doing my best in school every single day. By chance, have you ever heard that advice before? Work hard, do your best. Work hard, do your best. Have you ever heard that? Like once or twice, or like a million times? You hear it all the time from your teachers, your parents, your principals. It's really good advice because you never know when something you're learning today is going to help you out in the future. So all through school, I tried to do my best in math and science, reading, art, history, music, gym, language. Whatever I studied, I gave it my 100% best effort. After high school, I went on to university. I got my bachelor's degree in physics, and that was the minimum degree you needed to become an astronaut. A 4-year university degree in math, science, engineering, or the medical field. But again, I knew the competition was going to be tough, so I stayed in university and I went on and I got my master's and my PhD in engineering. So after 10 years of university, I got out and I started at this point applying to NASA to become an astronaut. NASA selects new groups of astronauts every 3 or 4 or 5 years. They'll pick a new group of 10 or 15 new astronauts. And 2 years after I finished university, NASA put out the announcement they needed new astronauts. I was all excited. I wrote to them. I got the application form, carefully filled it out, sent it in, and you can guess what happened. They turned me down. They said no. I was surprised, but I didn't give up. I said, I'll try again. 2 years later, another astronaut selection. I got another application form, filled it out, sent it in, and then that second time, they said no again. So at this point, I'm thinking, my grandmother and I have the same chance of becoming an astronaut. What chance was that? 0. I wasn't even getting close in the competition. So at this point, I realized I needed to do more to get noticed by NASA. And being an engineer, what I did is I studied the data. I carefully looked at the backgrounds of the people that were successful getting into the astronaut program to see what do they have that I don't have. What am I missing here? What education, what background, what experiences? And by carefully studying that, I learned a few things. The first was most of the astronauts that they were selecting already had flying experience. It wasn't a requirement, but it seemed to help a little bit. So I started taking flying lessons, and I got my pilot's license. I also noticed most of the astronauts they were selecting had some parachuting or skydiving experience. It wasn't a requirement, but it seemed to help a little bit. So I learned to do that. I also taught a university course. That seemed to be experience NASA was looking for. So I worked on these activities. 3 years later, another astronaut selection. I sent my application in, and this time NASA called me up. And out of the thousands of people that apply, NASA will invite 100 individuals to the NASA Johnson Space Center, which is in Houston, Texas. And you go down there for a full week of medical testing, and then there's a 1-hour interview. I passed all the medical tests. That went well. I went on to the interview, and I thought that went extremely well. So at the end of my week with NASA, I thought, boy, that couldn't have gone any better for me. And I went back to my job and just sat there and waited to see, did I make it or not this time? And I was back at my job about a week or so when some of my friends started calling me up from across the United States. They called up and said, hey, Don, the police and the FBI have been calling about you. Let me tell you, if the police or the FBI are ever calling about you, it's either really good or really, really bad, right? In this case, it was really good. NASA was doing a security background check on me, and they looked into my background. They checked the police records, every city, wherever I lived. They met with all my bosses, every company that I worked for, from when I was 15 years old on. They would meet with my bosses and say, what kind of worker was Don? Did he show up to work on time? How did he treat the customers? How did he treat the co-workers? And then they went up and down the streets, any neighborhood, wherever I lived, talking to the neighbors, asking how I treated people in the neighborhood. When I heard this was going on, I said, this is a great sign. I didn't think NASA could be doing this detailed security check on all 100 people they interviewed. I figured they must have selected their astronauts, and this is the final check to make sure you're good to go before they announce the names. So I was pretty excited, and 2 months later, I got the phone call from NASA. They called up and said, Don, thank you very much for applying. We had a lot of good candidates. We did not select you, but good luck in the future. I hung up the phone and I was in shock. I really thought I had made it into the program, but here for the third time, NASA said no. So at this point, I made the decision. It's time to give up on this silly dream, right? I worked hard. I gave it my best effort. I applied 3 times, but clearly NASA wasn't interested in me. So I decided I'm going to go to bed. I'll get a good night's sleep. And then in the morning, when I wake up, I'll put together a new plan for my career that does not involve being an astronaut. I went to bed that night. The next morning when I woke up, the very first thought that popped into my head was, I still want to be an astronaut. So I asked myself, are there any more of these little things that I can do to improve my chances, to make myself a better candidate? And once again, by studying who NASA was selecting and who they weren't selecting, I noticed most of the civilian astronauts that they were picking, they were individuals that were already working at the Johnson Space Center. So at this point, I quit my job. I drove down to Texas. I got a job with NASA as an engineer working on the space shuttle program. 3 years later, they had another astronaut selection. I sent my application in. I got called up for the medical testing and the interviews, and that went well once again. And then it was about 3 months later, I get another phone call from NASA. And this time they just called up and said, Don, are you still interested in being an astronaut? Because we'd like to offer you the job. I said, yes. I hung up that phone. And for the next 10 minutes, I'm just jumping up and down, yelling and screaming, because I knew I made it into the program. I was 35 years old when I got that call, and I started a 4-year training program for my first flight. So the first time I made it to space, after dreaming of this since I was 6 years old, when I first made it to space, I was 39 years old. So it took a long time to get there. And the number one piece of advice I have for the students here today is to work hard every single day. Not Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, but every day. Work hard and give it your absolute best effort. And whatever dreams you have for the future, and I know all of our students here have dreams, big dreams and small dreams. Whatever your dreams are for the future, do not give up on that. I almost gave up on my dream after NASA turned me down 3 times, and had I given up, I wouldn't be with you here this morning. So it takes time to get there. It takes hard work, persistence. but if you're willing to put the energy into it, you can accomplish anything you want to in your lifetime. And I went from this little boy just dreaming of going into space to getting assigned on 4 space shuttle missions. This is the crew from my last flight, and the last time I was in space was 29 years ago aboard Space Shuttle Columbia. We have 7 astronauts on the crew, 2 military pilots in the front row with the helmets that help us fly the shuttle. On the left-hand side with the helmet is our commander. His name was Jim Halsell. He was one of our Air Force test pilots. On the right-hand side with the helmet is our pilot. Her name is Susan Still. And Susan was a pretty unique individual. She was only the 2nd woman to pilot the space shuttle, and Susan was one of my country's top Navy fighter pilots. So it was a great opportunity for me to fly with her. And then in the background, you see 5 of our science astronauts. We're called mission specialists. Our job is to do the science on board. We're also trained to work the robotic arm, deploy satellites, and do spacewalks. And you probably don't recognize that guy on the far right-hand side, but that's the way I used to look 29 years ago, before glasses, gray hair, wrinkles, and a few kilograms around the middle here. There you see the space shuttle on the launch pad. I took this picture the night before my first mission. Went out there about midnight or so with another astronaut, and it was so amazing just to stand there right at the base of your space shuttle, all lit up with those bright lights against that pitch black sky. And as I stood there looking up at it, I had incredible butterflies in my stomach. A little piece of me was nervous, a little piece of me was scared, but my main emotion was just great excitement, because I knew 12 hours from when I'm taking this picture, I'm going to be inside on my way to space, and I almost couldn't believe where I was and what I was about to do. So they bring us out on launch morning about 3 hours before liftoff, and there I am standing at the base of Space Shuttle Columbia. I'll take an elevator up the side, up to the top of the shuttle, and then they strap us into our seats one at a time. So here I am about to climb through the hatch. They do this one at a time. Once we get inside, we're laying down on our backs. We've got shoulder harnesses and seat belts. They strap us in good and tight because there's a lot of shaking and vibration during launch. You don't want to bounce out of your seat and hurt yourself or damage any equipment. So they strap us in nice and tight. Once we're all strapped in, they close and seal that round door, and then everybody moves away from us about 5 kilometers. And it gets very quiet inside the space shuttle up until 6 seconds before liftoff. At that point, 3 big engines at the tail of the shuttle start coming up to full power. 6 seconds later, we light those big white side rockets called solid rocket boosters. And the instant they light, boom, immediately you take off. So laying on my back in my seat, I could hear the roar of the engines. I could feel the shaking and vibration going on. And right at the instant of liftoff, I felt a push in my back. And it felt to me like somebody had their hand right in the middle of my back, pushing me up into the sky. And that's what the space shuttle is doing here, literally pushing us, tossing us up in the air. This picture is taken 4 seconds after liftoff. We're going about 200 kilometers an hour already. 8.5 minutes later, the engine shut down. It's perfectly quiet, and you're in space. It only takes 8.5 minutes to get to school, get to space. And I'll bet it takes many of you 8.5 minutes at least to get to school in the morning. So it was always amazing to me how quickly we got up there. In 8.5 minutes, we're 300 kilometers above the Earth, and we're traveling at this point at a speed of 27,000 kilometers an hour. That's 7 kilometers a second. On 3 of my 4 missions, we had a science module in the back of the space shuttle called Space Lab, just like our science modules today up at the International Space Station. And once we got to space, we could open up a hatch, float through a tunnel, go back to the science module, and during a 2-week space shuttle mission, we'd end up working on 100 to 200 different science experiments from researchers across the United States. I want to tell you about two of these experiments quickly just to give you an idea of some of the science we do in space. I think everybody's familiar with the shape of a candle flame. Here on Earth, a flame comes up to a point because with gravity, hot air rises. It's lighter, less dense, and that rising hot air draws the flame up to a point. You put your hand above a candle, you'll feel that hot air. You put your hand below it, it's much cooler. Well, in space, without gravity, hot air doesn't rise. So instead of a flame coming up to a point, in space, a flame will burn perfectly round. And what you're looking at here is a little pink droplet of butane fuel. And we've set it on fire, and that blue ball or halo you see there is the flame burning. And it'll just float in the air, it'll burn perfectly spherical, and it'll burn up all the oxygen around itself, and the flame will go out all on its own. We also do a lot of biology, life science experiments. In this experiment, I've got a container with a Japanese red-bellied newt, like a salamander. And the newt would lay eggs. We'd put the eggs in the right-hand side of that chamber I'm holding, and we just watch them every day, looking for anything unusual that may happen when they're living and growing in zero gravity. This is Chaki Mukai. She was the first Japanese woman in space, and I flew with her on my first mission. Yeah, a round of applause for Chaki. And in space, you don't walk around like we're used to doing here on Earth. In space, to move around, it's just a little push with your finger, and you go sailing through the air like Superman or Superwoman. If you like doing somersaults, you can start flipping in the air. And you go round and round all day until you get tired and you reach out and stop yourself. So what do you think? Does it sound like up or down? I think we pretty much agree which way is up and which way is down here today. In space, there is no up or down. And you know, here on Earth, if you stand on your head, all the blood rushes to your head because of gravity. I'm sure you felt the pressure from that. In space, without gravity, it doesn't happen. You go upside down and you feel totally normal. So in space, wherever your head is pointed, that direction is up for you. Wherever your feet are pointed, that's down. So this is Nancy and Kevin on my second flight. Nancy's looking at Kevin there saying, "Hey Kevin, you're upside down." Well, Kevin is looking right back at her saying, "No, you're upside down." This is what Kevin sees in his world. He thinks he's upright and she's upside down. So who's correct here? They're either both right or both wrong. You never feel like you're upside down in space. It's everybody else in the room. Now in space, most of our food is freeze-dried, and it comes in small plastic packages like you see here. And to prepare a meal, we bring these to a food station. There's a sharp needle that'll poke into that package. We can inject some hot water, and that dry, hard food will absorb that water, soften up, and after a few minutes, it's ready to eat. We just cut that open with a pair of scissors and eat it with a normal fork or spoon. The most popular food from the 30 years of the space shuttle program was shrimp cocktail. Does anybody here like prawns? Yeah, this was a very popular item for the astronauts because it had that red cocktail sauce, which is a little bit spicy. Most of the space food we have is fairly bland. There's a lot of preservatives in it. So I think this was very popular because of the cocktail sauce, the spicy cocktail sauce. I think your curries, your masala, would be a great treat up in space. Does anybody here like pizza? Any fans of pizza? Yeah, we got a few. I don't know if you know who flew the first pizza in space, but the first pizza in space ever was flown by astronaut Don Thomas. Now, wow. Thank you. You know, I've traveled around the world doing programs, and I think this is the first time I ever got a round of applause for flying pizza in space, so thank you. So how did I get pizza? You know, we're not allowed to carry special food like this, but on launch morning, you know, we're allowed to carry a sandwich out to the launch pad in case we get hungry when we're out there. So on my third mission, I said, hey, instead of a sandwich, can I get a slice of pizza? Because I like pizza. And NASA said, yeah, we can do that for you. So they made me this personal pizza. I didn't eat it on the launch pad. I waited till I got to space. So if there's ever comes up at an exam or at a trivia night, who flew the first pizza in space, you got this, right? The bonus question is, what kind of pizza was it? It was pepperoni. And you think it was any good? I tell people it was A-OK. It was pretty good up there. So we have some fun up in space. In this picture, I've got a drink bag with juice in it. We can't drink out of a glass or bottle like we're used to here on Earth. If I had a bottle of water in space, I could take the top off, tip it upside down to get a drink, and nothing would happen. Without gravity, that water is not going to fall or pour out of the bottle. So instead, we drink out of these little aluminum pouches that you see here. They have powdered juice in them, like powdered lemonade, powdered coffee, powdered tea. We add water to it. You mix it up a little bit, poke a straw in there, and squeeze it into your mouth. Very similar to a juice box or juice bag that I'm sure you've had in the past. But in this picture, I've got a bag of tropical punch, red juice. I've squeezed the bag of punch, and some of it got away from me. And what looks like a little red golf ball there in front of my face is a blob of tropical punch. Any liquid in space forms a perfectly round ball. It's from a force we call surface tension. It drives it into a sphere, and it'll just float there right in front of you. Sleeping's a little unusual in space. The inside of the space shuttle's pretty small, about the size of your kitchen at home. And we didn't have dedicated bedrooms. So when it was time to go to bed, we would just put a sleeping bag up on the wall. You float up there, slip inside, zip it up, and go to bed. We wear the dark eye shades that you see in this picture because we go around the Earth every hour and a half. And we get 45 minutes of daylight, 45 minutes of nighttime. If you don't want the sun coming in your eyes all the time, you need to wear the eye shades. Now for cleaning up in space, we don't have a shower, we don't have a bathtub, we don't even have a sink like you have at your kitchen or bathroom at home. So when it comes time to clean up, we've got some of those drink bags that I showed you, and instead of having powdered juice in those, a few of them will have powdered soap. We could add hot water, mix up a bag of hot soapy water, put it on a washcloth, and we give ourselves a sponge bath. For washing our hair, we have a special shampoo that you see here. It's called No Rinse Shampoo. And this was developed for people in the hospital who can't get out of bed to take a shower. It's very easy to use, doesn't require any water. All you do is squirt it in your hair, you work up a lather, then you take a towel, pat it dry, and you're done. I took this picture. I love the bottom line on the bottle. It's hard to read here, but it says, "For beautifully clean, full-bodied hair." And I want to share with you what that looks like in space. Here's Susan, our pilot, and anybody with long hair, it's going to float all over. I'm not picking on Susan here. Even my short hair floats all over. And we have a saying. We say that every day in space is a bad hair day, and that's pretty accurate. I want to share with you the granddaddy of all bad hair days in space. Are you ready for this one? You sure? You better hold on to your seats. Right here, this is Marsha Ivins. She flew 5 times into space and had super long hair. She wouldn't leave it like this normally. Otherwise, for the rest of us, it'd be like scuba diving through seaweed. She'd put it in a ponytail, but just did this for the picture. Now, exercise is really important in space. As I stand up here in front of you today, I'm using my leg muscles to walk around, to fight gravity. But in space, it's just a little push with my finger and I sail through the air. And everything is weightless in space. I can lift a car with one finger in space. So we don't use our muscles at all, and it's very important exercise. So we had this bicycle we'd ride every day for 45 minutes. Would get your heart muscle going, get your leg muscles working, so when you come back to Earth at the end of the mission, you're still in good shape. Here you see the toilet on board the space shuttle. The toilet is in a very small closet area, about the size of an airline toilet. And we have a curtain that goes across the front like a shower curtain for privacy. And you see a white toilet seat like our toilets on Earth. But here on Earth, we use gravity to collect the waste material. You can probably imagine what would happen in space, and I won't be describing that here today. But this toilet is like a porta potty or portaloo that you may see at a construction site. And in the bowl of the toilet, we have giant fans. And to activate the toilet, there's a little knob off to the side. You push it forward, it activates the fans, and it sucks air from the toilet seat downward. So we use that down rush of air to act like gravity to keep all the waste material down. And that's the secret of the space toilet. I'll wrap it up by showing you some pictures of the Earth. And whenever an astronaut has a free moment, we'd float to the window to watch the Earth go by. I've got a map in my hand. I'm trying to figure out where we are around planet Earth. And I'm looking out one of the windows towards the tail end of the space shuttle. I took a camera right up to that window, I pressed it against the glass, and I took a picture so you can see exactly what my eyes are seeing. And this is the view I get to see out the back. So there is a beautiful blue Earth from 300 kilometers up. All the blue in this image is the Pacific Ocean. The white areas are puffy clouds. That peninsula coming down from the upper right-hand corner, that's Baja California, part of Mexico. Now, if you look carefully at the bottom edge of the Earth, either to the right or to the left of the space shuttle, you may see a little thin blue line. What that little blue line is, that is our atmosphere. You know, on a nice sunny day like we have today, you look up at that blue sky, and it looks like it goes on forever and ever. From space, we're looking at the atmosphere edge on, and it looks just like you see here. It looks like a paper-thin layer. Most of the air protecting us here on planet Earth is in that first 20, 25 kilometers or so, and that's about it, which is why when we pollute the air, it can have such a major impact on our planet. Here's a giant typhoon or hurricane. I saw many storms when I was up there. This was a big one over the Pacific Ocean, about 600 kilometers across. And we flew right over the center of it and could look down right into the eye that you see right here. Here's a volcano venting steam. This is in the South Pacific near Indonesia. And here you see the Himalaya Mountains. And right at the center of the picture, right there, that's Mount Everest, tallest mountain on planet Earth. Now, I could stand up here in front of you today and tell you without lying, I have seen the top of Mount Everest with my own eyes about 25 times during my missions. I call it the lazy man's way to see the top of Mount Everest, right? But I use this picture to illustrate some of the things I got to see and do during my career. I've never climbed Mount Everest. I never will in my lifetime, but I've seen the top of it many times. I've seen the Great Barrier Reef off Australia, the Amazon rainforest down in Brazil and South America. I've seen Mount Kilimanjaro, big volcanic peak poking up through the clouds. So many amazing sights around our planet. Whoops. And here you see a sunrise from space. Because we go around the Earth every hour and a half, we see 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets every 24-hour day up there. Well, at the end of the mission, it's time to come home. We fired 2 engines from the back of the shuttle, and it slows our speed, and we begin our fall back to Earth. And 1 hour later, we would end up landing at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, touching down like an airplane. We deploy a drag parachute out the back, and then we put the brakes on and just roll to a stop. And then we just sit and wait for them to open the door so we can come out. And this picture was taken about 2 hours after I landed on my first mission. And when I first came back, I felt like I weighed about 1,000 kilograms. My arms were heavy, my legs were heavy, I was a little dizzy when I got back. And it took a day or so for the dizziness to go away, and maybe a week or so to get my muscle strength back, and then you're pretty much back to normal. So the space shuttles here are all retired. They're all in museums. But today, we still have the International Space Station orbiting overhead, about 400 kilometers above the Earth. And currently, we have 7 astronauts that are up there. We have 3 Russians, 3 Americans, and a French woman who are up on the International Space Station right now. If you look in the upper left-hand corner, that's astronaut Anil Menon, whose father was born in India and from the Kerala region, and he's up there right now, up on the International Space Station. So right now, orbiting the Earth, there's a great representative of the beautiful country of India flying in space. How about a round of applause? Today, NASA is building new rockets for missions to the moon and onto Mars. And we call this new rocket the Space Launch System. And instead of flying on space planes like the Space Shuttle, our astronauts will fly in capsules called the Orion. And they'll land back on Earth, not like an airplane, but come down with parachutes and land in the ocean. The first test launch of this new rocket was 4 years ago. We launched it from the Kennedy Space Center, we sent it to the moon, and it orbited the moon for 2 weeks, and then came back to Earth. Once we tested everything out, on the next mission, which was Artemis II, we put 4 astronauts on board. And they just launched a few months ago, earlier this year. We had 4 astronauts, including on the right-hand side, Jeremy Hansen. He was the first Canadian to go to the moon. So this crew launched and looped around the backside of the moon and came back. If you look on the the left-hand side of the picture, you'll see Christina Cook. Christina Cook is a really special individual. You know, during my childhood, when I was your age, we sent 24 men to the moon that orbited the moon. Christina Cook became the first woman to go around the moon just on April 1st of this year. So what do you think about that? First woman around the moon. Here they are launching from the Kennedy Space Center on the 1st of April. And this is a picture as they were looping around the backside of the moon. They flew about 6,000 kilometers past the moon. So you're looking at the backside of the moon that we never see from the surface of Earth here. And then off in the far distance, you see planet Earth. Here's a picture of an Earthrise. Here on Earth, we see sunrises and moonrises. When you're going around the moon, you can see an Earthrise. So here's the Earth coming up from behind the moon. This is another great picture that they took. And when they were coming back to Earth, they were able to create an artificial total eclipse of the sun. So they could line up their spacecraft with the moon and the sun and totally block out the sun and create this artificial eclipse. And this is a view during totality. So that bright glow you see around the moon there, that's the corona of the sun, normally only visible during a total eclipse. And here's our astronauts wearing their special eclipse glasses. This is my favorite picture taken by this crew, and this is a picture of the full Earth. And if you look carefully, you can see the Sahara Desert there in Africa. You can see Brazil and South America. You can even see Spain. If we zoom in on the Spain region, you can see the capital of Portugal, Lisbon. You can see Madrid, capital of Spain. You can see the Straits of Gibraltar. And if you look at that images, all the little dots, the lights that you see, those are city lights. So this picture, this was taken at nighttime. You're looking at the dark side, the night side of the Earth. And what's lighting up the Earth for this picture is the reflected light from a full moon. I'm sure you've all gone outside at nighttime when there was a full moon, and sometimes you can see your shadow from that. Well, the reflected moonlight is what's lighting up the dark side of the earth here, creating an amazing image. And if you look carefully at the bottom or the top of the picture, you can also see the aurora. And that bright star in the upper left-hand corner, that's the planet Venus. Our next mission will be late next year, about a year and a half from now. We're going to send 4 astronauts, not to the moon, they're going to stay in Earth orbit, and they're going to test out one of 2 landers for landing on the moon in about another 2 or 3 years from now. And that'll be the Artemis 4 mission. And on that flight, we hope to land 2 astronauts at the south pole of the moon. And NASA's committed to having 1 man and 1 woman on that crew. So we're just 2 or 3 years away from the very first woman setting foot on the moon. And I think she'll be famous like Neil Armstrong. They're going to land at the south pole of the moon because down there are deep craters that the sunlight never gets to the bottom of. And at the bottom of some of these craters, we know there's water ice from comets that bombarded the moon millions of years ago. From this water ice, we can get drinking water. We can get hydrogen and oxygen for breathing, and hydrogen and oxygen are great rocket fuels as well. So where are we going with these new rockets and capsules? I mentioned the moon. We'd like to go visit the asteroids as well. And then we'd like to go on to the planet Mars. So this picture is looking into the future. About 20 years from now, we hope to land astronauts on the surface of Mars. This is an artist's drawing of that day. So at the center of the picture, you see our landing craft, and just to the right of it, you see the shadowy figure of the first humans setting foot on Mars. And do you know who those astronauts are that you see in this picture? They're not me. I'm too old to go to Mars. 20 years from now, I'm going to be 91. So NASA is not sending me to Mars. I'm too old for Mars. Your parents are too old for Mars. And for the students here today, please do not repeat this in school. But your teachers are too old to go to Mars. But all of you are the right age. We call you the Mars generation. And it'll be somebody in your generation to be the first human to set foot on Mars. And that's why we say, hey, we need you. You know, today we're building new rockets for Mars, new spacesuits and habitats. But all of you represent that next generation of scientists, engineers, medical professionals, technologists, and engineers and astronauts, all that. And we'll never, never get to Mars and go deeper out into space without your help. That's why it's so important that you're all working hard, studying as hard as you can every day in school. One last picture I want to show you. This is a picture of the full Earth. And if you look up near the top at that star, that is the city of Cleveland, Ohio. That's where I was born. And before I became an astronaut, I used to tell people, I'm from Cleveland. This is how I identified myself. Today, if you ask me, hey, Don, where are you from? I'm going to say, I'm from Earth. And for me, it no longer matters what city, state, country, continent, language, religion. None of that matters. We are all Earthlings here. We all have to coexist on planet Earth, and we all need to take better care of this planet. So with that, I say thank you very much. You've been a great audience, and once again, I'm so honored to be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Don Thomas, sir, for the truly inspiring address. Your words have certainly given us new thoughts and perspectives. Students, this is your moment. You have the opportunity to ask questions about space, astronaut, NASA. So don't let curiosity remain in your mind. Turn your curiosity into your question. So let's begin this exciting interaction.
Good afternoon, children. Now starts the questionnaire session, the interaction session with the astronaut. So I'll call the names from the school. Those children can come beside the stage one by one, can ask your questions. Venkateshwara School, Devadarshan of 8th Standard, Aragappa Model School, Muthu Divya Shree 11th Standard, Chellappan School, Chellappan School, Aarti Narmada 12th Standard, Creative School, Bavadarshini 12th Standard, and other schools, Ideal School, Wesley School, Selection, KV schools. One child come per school and one question is permitted as per the time constraints. Thank you, ma'am.
You can take the stage, okay?
Happy morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, when you re-entering into the Earth's atmosphere, the shuttle has to be out of that orbit. How do you interact and how do you control and precise that, sir?
Yeah, that's a good question. When the shuttle is falling back to Earth, originally we have some rocket motors can help us steer it, but it's basically just a glider coming back. And it's only the last 10 minutes of it when we're down in the atmosphere that we can actually fly it like an airplane. And we've got controls just like an airplane does. But it's the navigation systems, GPS, all those systems that help let us know where we're at, and the computers are helping us stay on track.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that question. Closer.
Good morning, sir. My name is R. Muthu Divyashree from Alagappa Model Higher Secondary School, Karaikudi. I am so glad to be here today. And, sir, how does the solar radiation pressure affect the trajectory and altitude of spacecraft?
How does it?
How does the solar radiation pressure affect the...
Solar radiation. Solar radiation is a really big problem when you go to the moon and when you go to Mars. Once you leave the magnetic field of the Earth, we're exposed to the full force of solar and cosmic radiation. So once we leave 2,500 kilometers from Earth, we really have to worry about solar radiation. The pressure from that is not so great, but the radiation effects on the human body are a big concern for us. This is the biggest problem we have to solve before we send astronauts to the planet Mars in the future.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
A marvelous morning, sir. I am M. Bavadarshini from Creative Metric High Secondary School, Puliur. If NASA discovers life on another planet, how would scientists confirm that it is truly extraterrestrial life?
I don't know if we've thought far enough in advance as to what we would do if we ever detected life. We have been searching for life. We haven't found it on the moon. We have rovers on Mars. There is no life on Mars so far. There's only one place in the whole universe that we know for sure life exists. Where is that? Right here on Earth. So we continue to look for life. We're hoping to look at some of the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. They have liquid water oceans, and we might be able to find life there. So I don't know if we discover life. I don't know if there's a plan as to what would we do. We would try to make contact, I'm sure, try to communicate, but that's something we got to really think about. It could be a threat, could be endanger life, you know, if it's an advanced civilization, if they were very aggressive, and it could be a very primitive civilization. So it all depends on you know, how advanced, I guess, that life form is, as to be what our reaction would be. That's a great question. Wow, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. It's a great pleasure to meet you. I am Aarti from Chalapan Vidya Mandir. I have few questions written down. So, as we transition from short duration missions towards longer missions to the moon and eventually Mars, where do you see biotechnology making the greatest contribution to keeping human healthy during these missions?
Yeah, I think one of the greatest technologies that we're just starting to use today that we'll need in the future is AI. As you go farther and farther out into space, you're more and more independent. You're far from Earth, and you can't rely on Earth for help. On the space shuttle, I was only an hour or two from an emergency return. If you're on Mars, it could be 2 years, 3 years for you to get back home in an emergency. So I think in the future, AI is going to play a critical role in monitoring the health of the astronauts and monitoring the health of the spacecraft and our habitats. And I see that technology one of the key, probably the most important piece that we'll need in the future.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Here we go. We got it.
Keep the mic close.
Okay.
Hi sir, I am Hashita, studying grade 4 from First Year Public Senior Secondary School, Badlagundu. Sir, I wanted to become astronaut. When I grown up, what should I start learning and achieve my dream?
Yeah, you want to be an astronaut, that's great. This is a good time to be an aspiring astronaut. What I recommend to you, you can start right today. Do your best in school, every single day. Just like I mentioned, in math and science, but all your subjects, always give it your absolute best effort. And plan on going to university, studying science, mathematics, or engineering, or some medical field, and then you can start applying to get into the program. By the time you're ready to fly in space, we should have a lunar base on the moon. We'll be getting ready to go to Mars. And it would be my dream that when we send a crew to here on planet Earth, not just the United States or China, not one country, but represent all of us. And that's why I would hope that somebody like you would be on that mission going to Mars. You have to promise me one thing.
Okay.
Invite me to your launch. Will
Okay,
you do that?
Yes sir.
Okay, let's shake on that.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm Sumedha from Aragappa CBSE School, studying in grade 11. Sir, as you have mentioned that I've done some research about you, and you have gone to a lot of spacecrafts, aircrafts. So I want to know what is your favorite aircraft and who was your best friend in your fellow astronauts and why?
Okay, my favorite spacecraft, I love Space Shuttle Columbia. I flew 3 of my 4 missions on Columbia. It was the first space shuttle to launch, and the one space shuttle mission with Kalpana Chawla unfortunately had an accident returning to Earth, so Columbia got destroyed. So that is my favorite to my heart. My next favorite is Space Shuttle Discovery. I flew on that on my second mission. And my favorite crew member, I have a really good friend. We were in the same astronaut class. We flew our first mission together. His name is Leroy Chow. And he and I, we're like brothers, like best friends, college buddies. And I get together with him every couple of years. And when we get together, we laugh and we tell a lot of stories and we tell a lot of lies that aren't true. So
Sir,
you're very
really
welcome.
honored.
Thank you for
sir.
that.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I am Sai Charan from Dr. Public School. I am studying 9th standard. The question is, why space exploration is important for future of humanity?
Why is space exploration important for the future of humanity? You know, what we learn about the Earth from space is helping us take better care of our planet. Not only are we launching astronauts to space, we have weather satellites. We have satellites that monitor crops, study resources here on Earth, study the oceans, study our atmosphere, and all of this will help us take better care of our planet. Ultimately, if we destroy the Earth and we don't take care of this place, we may have to find another planet to go to. There's no easy solution. Mars is close, but it's very cold. There's almost no water, not much oxygen there. So we may have to go to some other star system where we know there's Earth-like planets. Our current technology today, it would take thousands of years to get there. So maybe your generation could develop, some new technology for traveling through space at near the speed of light so we can get to these other destinations quickly. But I think space exploration has really changed our view of planet Earth and just increased the need and the awareness to take better care of it. Thank you for that question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My question is, what is the strangest or most unexpected sound that you heard while inside the space station that you can't immediately explain it?
The most unexpected
sound inside the space station.
Inside the space station. I did not fly to the space station, but on the space shuttle, there are many unexpected sounds. The first night that you get to space, maybe a valve shuts down and you hear a big boom. And it's like, what was that? And it's a valve that's opening or closing. So there's a lot of noise with the space station. It's a very complex vehicle. If something hit it, you might hear a bang from that. Some of the astronauts, I've seen internet stories that they hear strange sounds like some alien is knocking on there. I don't think that has happened yet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
How are you?
Fine, sir. Sir, my name is Shree. I am studying in Raaja Rajan Cbse school, grade 11. My question is, what is the most unbelievable thing that you saw in the outer space while researching?
The most unbelievable thing that I saw when I was in space, I've seen a million unbelievable things, but a few that really impressed me. On my first flight, I'm looking out the window, it's nighttime, and I see city lights down below. And as I'm watching there, I see a little zip of light go by really fast down below us. And I said, what was that? What did I just see? And I thought about it, and then it dawned on me, that was a shooting star. Here on Earth, when you want to see a shooting star, we have to look up at the sky. When you're in space and you want to see a shooting star, you have to look down back at planet Earth. And that was just one of those moments where you say, wow, I'm up above the shooting stars here. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Students, this is a great opportunity for all of you. I request everyone to maintain silence here. So teachers, kindly ask your students to maintain silence.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Pramada from grade 12. How do astronauts prepare themselves both physically and mentally for space missions?
How do you prepare yourself? Like physically, we try to get in good shape. Mentally, we work hard. And you just have to be ready for the risk that you're taking. You have to think about the risk ahead of time. Let me use yours a moment. You have to think about the risk that you're taking well ahead of time. And you just need to find techniques for calming yourself down when you're working hard or you're getting stressed out. So when I was in university, I learned how to meditate. And I use meditation many times just to calm myself down, to clear my head so that I could continue working hard. All right, thank you for that. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Good morning, or good afternoon.
I'm Dashwin Khan from Chellappan Vidyamandir International School from 11th A, sir. I have a question for you. Which microgravity activity or experiment are you most proud of the results?
The microgravity experiments, I've worked on a couple hundred of those when I was in space. My favorite experiment was one that involved baby jellyfish. And baby jellyfish, they kind of squirt to swim through the water. And here on Earth, baby jellyfish will squirt to the top of their tank. They open their mouth, and with their mouth open in gravity, they fall and they feed. So they squirt to the top, open their mouth, and feed. In space, they would squirt to the top, open their mouth, and nothing would happen. Without gravity, they're not falling, there's no food coming in, and they had to learn new swimming behaviors just to eat in space. And for me to watch another small living being adjusting, getting used to zero gravity, was just fascinating for me. So that was one of my favorites. Thank you for that question.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Raaja Raajan from Shree Raaja Rajan Cbse School in Karaikudi. What inspired you to become a NASA scientist?
What inspired me, was watching our early astronauts go into space. I watched the first American go to space. I was in high school. I was 14 when Neil Armstrong walked on the moon. And I remember then I looked up at the moon that night and I couldn't believe we had 2 astronauts walking on the moon. So these were the great inspirations for me as a young boy. I wanted to follow in their footsteps and become an astronaut as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Shivalatika from class 11 Vidya Mandiram from school. My question is, sir, you said that astronauts float in zero gravity. Then how pilots control spacecraft?
When we're sleeping in zero gravity, who's controlling the spacecraft? If all the astronauts are asleep, then we have mission control on the ground in Houston, Texas. And those people are monitoring the systems. If we have a problem, they'll send an alarm to wake the astronauts up. So up on the space station, everybody will be asleep, but people on the ground are watching carefully. And if there is any problem, they'll wake the astronauts up. Thank you very much.
Dear students, pay attention to our esteemed guest and kindly maintain silence.
I am Devika Shree from Ideal Metric Higher Secondary School.
Put it close, yeah.
Ideal Metric Higher Secondary School. And we have learned your success from your great speech. But my question is, what was the major failure you have? What was the major failure that you have ever faced as an astronaut?
Yeah, 2 of the big challenges for me in becoming an astronaut, the first was when I was about 9 years old, my parents got divorced. And my father moved away and I didn't see him. And he didn't provide any money for my family. So I grew up in a fairly poor family. But that taught me to work hard. If I wanted a job, I had to get a job on my own. I couldn't ask my father to help me get a job. So it taught me a lot of independence and working hard myself. The second major challenge I had was about 2 months after I was a new astronaut. The doctors discovered that I had cancer. And I had to go through surgery and some radiation treatment, but that didn't rule me out. I was able to survive the cancer, and the doctor supported me so I could keep on in my astronaut career. So I would say the 2 challenges, my father moving out and then facing cancer as well. All right, thank you for that question.
Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Seuma from Chellappan Vidya Mandir. And my question is, if people are wearing glasses, how would they put their helmets in space?
Yeah, if people are wearing glasses, aren't they going to float off your head, right? Well, glasses, they're kind of spring-loaded to stay on your head. I can shoot my head down, and with gravity, they're not falling off. So in space, it's even easier. The glasses won't fly off. In the pictures that you saw of me in space, I was wearing contact lenses, and we can wear those in space. But glasses don't float off at all. Because you're kind of spring-loaded, pinching my head. Okay? Thank you for that question. Have a good day. Oh, thanks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, myself K. Nitish Kumar. I am from Kendra Vidyalaya, Karaikudi. Sir, it's a great honor to interact with you today, sir. Sir, let me ask my question, sir. If you were a class 11 student today, what would you start doing differently to prepare a career in space?
If I asked myself as a young student,
yes, sir,
what I would do differently, it worked out okay for me. So I would, if I could talk to my young self, I would say, just encourage myself to keep going. Don't have any doubt. Just keep going on it. And one thing I might do differently, I would move to the Johnson Space Center earlier, because once I did, then they got to know me and I got a little visibility, and I think that's what helped me get into the program. But otherwise, I wouldn't change a whole lot because it worked out. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to put that down. Thank you.
Sir, my name is SRRCET. I'm studying in 7th grade. My school name is Shree Raaja Rajan Cbse School, AMARAVATHIPUTHUR. Sir, my question is, what did you feel when you first looked at Earth from the space?
Why do I feel?
Next, you read.
Sir, what did you feel when first looked at Earth from space?
Okay. The first time I made it to space and I looked out the window at planet Earth, I went, oh, wow! It was just so incredible to see the Earth from 300 kilometers up. I had seen pictures like I showed you here today, but the first time I saw it with my own eyes, I gasped. I went, oh, like that. And every astronaut, the first time they look out at the Earth, you'll hear that gasp from them. And it was about 8 days into the mission, I finally realized, I was looking out at the window and I realized I made it to space. It took me 8 days for me to have like an emotional release that I had made it to space. I had become an astronaut. I had been so busy working the first 7-8 days in space that I finally had a moment to say, hey, Don, you made it. You made it up there. And that was like an emotional release for me. I had a little tear in my eye from that. So thank you for that question.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I am Udayamartha. My school name is Alagappa Girls School. Sir, if you were given the responsibility of designing the first permanent moon settlement, what would be the first thing you would plan?
Moon settlement, what he will do, right, in the moon settlement?
Yes, sir.
If I was on the moon, part of the first moon settlement, what would I do? I am sure the very first thing that I would do when I got to the moon would be to look to find the Earth. And the Earth is like a blue ball, like a football floating in space there. And I always wanted to see that view. And I think I would look back at the whole planet and just pray for peace, for cooperation, and for all countries to get together. I think that is the very first thing I would do. And then NASA would want me to get back to work. But for the first few minutes, you just need to stand and look back at Earth in wonder, thinking all my friends are there. All my friends are there. My favorite pizza place is on Earth. So it'll really make you think about where you are and what you're doing. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Jo Angeline Varsha from SCGR Higher Secondary School. I know about your book, Orbit of Discovery. What is your most favorite part? Did you return the book? And how did you feel when your height increased in the space?
Yeah, I wrote a book called Orbit of Discovery about maybe 13 years, 14 years ago, and it's about my second flight into space aboard Space Shuttle Discovery. My favorite part of the book is the story of a woodpecker. And 1 week before our scheduled launch, a woodpecker attacked our orange fuel tank. And that woodpecker drilled 205 holes in our fuel tank. And it delayed our mission by a month because NASA had to repair all the damage. And it was such a silly thing that a small bird could stop the space shuttle program that we had a lot of woodpecker jokes, and I became known as a member of the woodpecker crew. So sadly, this is how I'm famous here. I'm a member of the woodpecker crew. It's kind of sad, isn't it?
How did you...
Okay. Thank you for that question.
Yes, sir.
Hi sir, space is completely black and dark. When you look at the star from the space shuttle window, do they look different or big than what we see from the Earth?
Okay, that's a really good question. Do the stars look different in space? I'll tell you, the sun is much, much brighter in space. It's more intense. You can't look anywhere near it. The moon looks the same. And the stars are a little different because in space, they don't twinkle. Here on Earth, the sunlight or the stars seem to shimmer a little bit as the light comes through the atmosphere. In space, we're up above the atmosphere, so each star is a steady, steady pinpoint of light. There's no twinkling or shimmering of the stars up there. That's the one difference. And we see billions of stars. We see more stars up in space than we would see here on Earth. Thank you for that question. Nice to meet you.
Hi sir, I am Anirudh, studying in Wesley Metric Higher Secondary School. Did you face any difficulties after coming from space, physically and mentally?
Physically, any difficulties? Coming back, I felt very heavy, like I weighed 1,000 kilograms, and it takes a week to get back to your normal health physically. The biggest challenge is mentally, coming back. When I'm up in space and I land on Earth, I'm American hero, NASA astronaut Don Thomas. I get home, my wife says, take out the garbage, mow the grass, and you change the next 10 diapers. So I go from this hero, NASA astronaut, down to Don Thomas. But I always prefer Don Thomas. But just psychologically, it's really difficult to go from hero just to your normal life once again. But I always prefer my normal life. Great question. Let's get a picture here. Come here. Got it? There you go.
Sir, my question is, what is exactly about wormhole?
What is?
Wormhole. And theoretically, the wormhole which helps to travel from one long distance to another distance, which is possible in real life or not?
Yeah, wormholes I don't know a lot about. They're a theoretical concept yet. We haven't discovered any, but it may be a possible way to travel at higher speeds in the future. So right now it seems like a concept in science fiction. We're still studying wormholes. I don't know enough about them. When I was your age, they just discovered black holes. When I was just a little younger than you, we didn't even know about black holes. So we've come a long way. And during your lifetime, hopefully we learn a lot more about wormholes. Okay? Let's get a picture.
Hi sir, I am Abdul Rahman from Selection Metric Higher Secondary School. My question is, what are the changes will affect in our body once we come back from space?
What are the
changes will affect in our body once we come from space?
So when you come back from space, your muscles are weaker from not using them, and your bones are weaker. We lose about 1% of our bone every month up in space. So it takes, after a 2-week space shuttle mission, it takes about a week to get your muscle strength back. For our astronauts on the space station, it takes them probably 6 months to get their muscles back to normal, and it takes a few years to get their bone density back to normal. So those are the two big changes, and you're a little dizzy when you come back. Our inner ear isn't working properly, and it takes a day on the shuttle or maybe a few days when you come back from space station.
So in our
All
skin?
right, let's get a picture here.
In our skin?
There we go. Thank you for that.
Sir, my name is Shree Raaja from Oxford Metric Higher Secondary School. Sir, I had only one question. How do you face challenges during your space mission, and how maintain your health? How can I face it in real life?
How do you face difficulties, or did you say death? How do you face? Ask again.
Sir, I had more fear about exams. How can I face it, sir?
How do you face exams? How do you face difficulties?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so have confidence in yourself. Do your best. And I always had confidence. Maybe I don't get 100% correct, but I am going to do the best that I can. And I always knew that. I always give it my 100% best effort, and nobody can ever complain. If I don't get 100%, inside I know I gave it my best effort. I couldn't have done any better, so you can't feel bad. If you always do your best, then you never have to, be ashamed of the results then. Okay? Don't be afraid. Give it your best shot.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck to you.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Harish Se from class 12. I would like to ask one question to you. What are the fascinating things experienced by you that while living in the space that is special to the Earth other than the life possibility?
Fascinating things.
Fascinating things that I saw or experienced?
Yeah.
I told you I saw a shooting star from down below. When I was in space on one of my missions, there was a very bright comet called Hale-Bopp. And as soon as I got to space, I could see the comet. And I watched it for about 30 seconds, and it got lower, and it disappeared behind the Earth. And I was floating at the window, and I said, wow, I've just seen a comet set. I've seen moonsets, I've seen sunsets, and here I could watch a comet set. And the great part was 90 minutes later, I could watch it again and again and again. Every orbit, I could watch a comet set. And it was really special seeing that from space.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck to you. Thanks.
Sir, I'm Asma Hashi of 9E from Allahabad Girls School. What is your favorite book and what's the reason?
My favorite
book. Favorite book.
Book? My favorite book? Wow. One of my favorite books was one written by Charles Lindbergh. He was the first to fly across the Atlantic by himself. He did that in 1927. So next year is the 100th anniversary of the first trip from New York to Paris. And he wrote a book, and he talks about determination, having a plan, executing the plan. So I learned a lot of lessons from him, and I learned about hard work and being dedicated to the mission. He did not give up. It wasn't an easy task. So that's why that's my favorite book. It's called We 7. We 7.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I am V. Bavadanishri, 9th standard from Selection Metric Higher Secondary School. And my question is, how can you manage your mental stamina while in your space?
Yeah, managing your mental stamina is difficult. There's a lot of pressure on you. But the one thing you can do here on Earth or in space, make sure you get a good night's sleep. If you're tired, that makes it really difficult to deal mentally with problems as they come up. So the most important thing, be in good physical shape, get a good night's sleep, and at NASA, they train us, and they throw problems at us left and right, and we learn how to solve them and deal with them. And I think a lot of that training helps us prepare for that stress up in space. Great question. Thank you for that. Let's get a picture here.
ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க. எல்லா ஸ்கூல்ஸுமே வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க கொஞ்சம்.
Children who all asked a question on stage now, kindly come for the one group photograph. Everyone in one photograph. இப்போ ஸ்டேஜில் வந்து கொஸ்டின்ஸ் கேட்டிங்க இல்லையா, அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் மட்டும் ஸ்டேஜுக்கு வாங்க, ஒரே ஒரு குரூப் ஃபோட்டோக்காக. After the group photo session, the quiz program will be continued. In the quiz program, the winners are Chellappan School, Vishwanathan Mani, of grade 11th standard. Mukil Amudan 10th standard. Venkateshwara School, Dheera Darshan 8th standard. Jayavardhani 11th standard. Raaja Rajan Cbse School, Pumitran 8th standard. Ashwin 11th standard. Raaja Rajan Cbse School, Sanjana 8th standard. Abdul Ghani 11th standard. These children only come up on the stage for the quiz session.
சரி ஓகே எல்லா சேரும் போட வேணாம் வாய்ஸ் நான் பின்னாடி வாங்கப்பா சொல்லவா அவங்க வின்னர்ஸ் தான் சார் லோன் இங்கே ஒரு ஃபேன் இருக்காங்க கம்மியாக இருக்காங்க நான் அந்த பசங்க வந்து எந்த காலேஜில் சின்ன பையன் ரொம்ப ஓட்டுறா நான் ரொம்ப ஓட்டுறேன் வேறு கொஸ்டினரி செக்ஷனுக்கு வேறு ஸ்கூல்ஸ் வராமல் இருக்கீங்களா ஸ்டேஜுக்கு? கொஸ்டின் கேட்ட ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் ஸ்கூல்ஸ்லேருந்து வேறு யாராவது வராமல் இருக்கீங்களா? ஓகே தேங்க். நெக்ஸ்ட்டு கிரியேட்டிவ் ஸ்கூல்ஸ் மேலே வாங்க ஸ்டேஜுக்கு. 2 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸோட ஒரு 3 பேர் மட்டும் 3 ஸ்கூல் மட்டும். பேரண்ட்ஸ் வெளியில் வந்துருக்காங்களா? This is N. Kanimoli, Industry Professional Category, Tata TCS Bangalore. Mr. B. Nagarajan, Meenakshi Achi Meditation ICT School, Karnataka. இல்லை சார் இந்த கலந்துக்கிட்ட பார்ட்டிசிபேஷன் சார் ஃபார்மாலிட்டிக்கு ஒரு 3 ஸ்கூல் மட்டும் போடுவோம்.
Thank you, students. நீங்கள் போங்க, கூட்டிகிட்டு போங்க. சார் 2 பேர் சார் எஸ்டிஎஸ் பாலிடெக்னிக் மேலே வாங்க. ஃபாஸ்ட் சர்டிஃபிகேட் போடும். சர்டிஃபிகேட் வச்சுருக்காங்க. கொடுக்கலாம். எஸ்டிஎஸ் நெக்ஸ்ட் எஸ்டிஎஸ் பாலிடெக்னிக் வாங்க. பட்டுக்கோட்டை ஃபாஸ்ட்டாக வாங்க. Faculty Coordinator, Mr. Sivakumar, one school. இன்னும் ஒரு ஸ்கூல் பாரதி மெடிக்கல் எல்லாம் அவ்வளோதான். ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்லாம் வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க. லாஸ்ட் ஒன். பாரதி மெட்ரிகுலேஷன் ஸ்கூல் சூராணம். மேடம் பாரதி மெட்ரிகுலேஷன் ஸ்கூல் சூராணம். Thank you.
என்ன செஷன் இது நடக்கிறது? ஃபோட்டோ செஷன் எல்லாம் கிடையாது. இது யாரு? எல்லா ஸ்கூலும் கிடையாது, இதெல்லாம் கிடையாது
சார். தட்ஸ் ஆல். தேங்க் யூ.
இப்போ குவிஸ் நடக்கணும் சார்.
லஞ்ச் எல்லாருக்கும் ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணுறோம். டீச்சர்ஸ், ஸ்கூல் டீச்சர்ஸ் ப்ளஸ் ப்ரெஸ்ஸுக்கு எல்லாருக்குமே லைப்ரரியில் அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணியிருக்கு. சென்ட்ரல் லைப்ரரி, இன்ஜினியரிங் காலேஜ் சென்ட்ரல் லைப்ரரி. ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாருக்குமே இங்கே ரைட் சைடில் அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணியிருக்கு. அங்கே போகலாம். டீச்சர்ஸ் அண்ட் ப்ரெஸ் எல்லாருக்குமே சென்ட்ரல் லைப்ரரி, இன்ஜினியரிங் காலேஜ் சென்ட்ரல் லைப்ரரி, ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாருமே ரைட்ஸில் அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணியிருக்கு. அடுத்து காம்படிஷன் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் மேலே வாங்க. விச் காம்படிஷன் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்? அவ்வளோதான்.
ஓகே சார். 8 பேர் தானே? 8 பேர். ஓகே. I'll arrange. Okay.
8 பேர் நேம் வாசிங்க.
Quiz participants, kindly come up on the stage, ma. I already read the names. Sir, chair இப்படி போடுங்க. 8 chair. Quiz competition only come up on the stage. Come here to the front of the stage, ma. Come here. Ashwin, எல்லாரும் இங்க வாப்பா, முன்னாடி வாமா.
பண்றீங்க யாருமே இல்லையோ?
சார் இதான் பேட் ஆன்சர் நீங்க தான் மூணாவது ஆரம்பிச்சீங்க.
அனுப்பிவிட்டேன் சார்.
அங்க எனக்கு தெரியாது சார் இது எப்படி போகுது. எல்லாரையும் பிடிச்சிருக்கு. காலேஜ் ஷோ எப்போ?
அதான் எப்போ வரீங்க? அது லஞ்ச் எப்போ? இந்த அதுக்கடுத்த ஸ்கூல் கிளம்புறாங்க.
டக்கு டக்குன்னு உட்காருங்க. டக்கு டக்குன்னு உட்காருங்க சார். போடி இதை கொஞ்சம்
எல்லாத்தையும் நகர்த்திடுங்க சார். அடுத்த அஜெண்டா கொண்டு வாங்க சார்.
வரேன். அது பின்னாடியே இருக்கு. அப்படியே திருப்பிட வேண்டியதான். Sir.
Stand here and ask. Write your name, stand at school. Write your name.
Okay, students, so now this is the time for quiz program. Already 8 students selected from different schools. They're all here. We have 8 selected students. This is the semi-final round. We are going to select only one student from these 8 students, and that one student will go for the nationwide competition. Already we conducted international space science competition all over India. There are students from Delhi, Gwalior, Kerala, Hyderabad, Andhra, Telangana. See, totally we have 34 city students we have. And from here, from Karaikudi, we are going to select only one student today. Okay, here we have 8 students are here. We are going to select only one student. And that one student, he will get a 50,000 scholarship towards the NASA educational tour. He will be the winner of the semi-final and he will get a 50,000 discount or scholarship. He will get it for the NASA educational tour. And all these 8 students, already they've done something great, and really it's a time for celebration also. So you will get 25,000 rupees scholarship towards the NASA educational tour. Okay, all 8 of you. Okay, and the winner is going to get 50,000 scholarship. And these questions are Really we are going to test like whether you are reading some newspapers and all. And I hope today's event is a very inspirational one for you guys, right? Yeah, because Dr. Don Thomas is here. So what do you like about this today's event? What do you like it? Have you listened to Dr. Don Thomas, his speech today? Okay. What's your comment?
Sir, very nice.
Very nice. Okay. Very inspirational, right? Okay. I'm going to start a few easy questions to you guys, okay? I'm going to ask only 10 questions today. And you have to write, already you written your name, standard, school name, right? You all written. Okay. Write number 1, okay? The first question. Who flew the pizza first time to space? Who flew the pizza first time to space? Shall I go to the second question? What type of bird delayed Dr. Don Thomas' second space mission? What type of bird delayed Dr. Don Thomas' second space mission? One bird delayed SAT's space mission. If you are listening to his lecture, you might have known the answer. Okay? What type of bird? Yenda paravai avaruடைய space mission delay பண்ணிச்சு. அதை அவர் இங்கே speech கொடுத்தப்போ he talked about it. Okay, if you know the answer, write number 2. Okay, number 2, write the answer. Are you guys done? Shall we go to the third one? How many times he got rejected by NASA before becoming NASA astronaut? How many times he got rejected? How many times he got rejected? Fourth question. Who is the Indian woman who sacrificed her life during NASA mission? Who is the Indian woman who sacrificed her life during the NASA mission? Next, fifth question. Shall I go for the fifth question? First generation Indian American who is in International Space Station right now. First generation Indian American who is in International Space Station right now. What's his name? Who is father of Indian space program? Father of Indian space program. I'll give you 4 options. Homi J. Baba, Vikram Sarabhai, Satish Dhawan, U.R. Rao. Who is father of Indian space program? I repeat the answers. Homi J. Baba, Vikram Sarabhai, Satish Dhawan, U.R. Rao. Who is father of Indian space program? 7th question. Which legendary scientist who's also served as the project director for India's first indigenous satellite launch vehicle SLV-3? Who served as the project director for India's first indigenous satellite launch vehicle SLV-3? 4 choices here. APJ Abdul Kalam, Madhavan Nair, K. Kasturi Rangan, or Rodam Narasimha. Okay? Who is the project director for India's first indigenous satellite launching vehicle? We are going for 8th question now. 7 questions done, right? 8th question. Known as the Rocket Woman of India. Rocket Woman of India who served as the mission director for Chandrayaan-2 and played a critical role in the Mars orbiter mission. Rocket Woman. Muttaya Vanita, Ritu Karidal, Nandini Harinath, Tessie Thomas. Muttaya Vanita, Ritu Karidal, Nandini Harinath, Tessie Thomas. Among these four, only one is correct. Who is the rocket woman of India? Ninth question. The primary launch center at Sriharikota was renamed in 2002 to honor which former ISRO chairman, who is very known for his leadership during the 1970s. Sriharikota name was renamed in 2002. Former ISRO chairman Vikram Sarabhai. Option 2, Brahm Prakash. Third, Satish Dhawan. Fourth, Yash Paul. Primary launch center Sriharikota was renamed in 2002. The last question. 10th one. What is it? Which question? Last question? 9th question. 9th question is the primary launch center at Sriharikota. It renamed, renamed to a person, and who was a former ISRO chairman. Vikram Sarabhai, Brahm Prakash, Satish Dhawan, Yash Paul. That is the 9th question. 10th question. This is the last question. Who is the current chairman of ISRO who led the team during the historic soft landing of Chandrayaan-3 on the lunar south pole? A.K. Sivan, A.S. Kiran Kumar, S. Somanath, V. Narayanan. Who is the current chairman of ISRO who led the team during the historic soft landing of Chandrayaan-3? Got it right? 8th question? No, we don't repeat. That's it. For what? 10th one. 8th, no. It's done. You have to ask a question when we are telling that. 10th question, I can repeat it. Who is the current chairman of ISRO who led the team during the historic soft landing of Chandrayaan-3 on the lunar south pole? Option 1, K. Sivan. Option 2, K.S. Kiran Kumar. Option 3, S. Somanath. Option 4, V. Narayanan. This is the end of 10 questions. Ma'am, principal ma'am. There is, yes. Can you hand over your answer sheets, please? Ma'am, collect the answer sheets. Sir, you can interact with them now. Okay, until we are announcing getting the results.
Any questions you'd like to ask here? Why don't you move your chairs closer? Can we do that? Come on in. How was the quiz? Easy? Easy? Did you guys get the pizza question? If you don't get that one, some difficulties, yeah. But the pizza one? Did you get that? Well, how about a question? Anything you'd like to ask?
North Star, Polaris. When will it change?
When will what change?
Sir, North Star, sir.
Polaris.
Polaris Star, North Star.
Polaris.
Oh, the North Star. When will it
Sir,
change?
it's having cycling.
Yeah, it'll change in 10,000, 100,000 years. Very, very slow.
It's away from Earth, sir. Earth is orbiting the sun.
How does it change?
How does this change?
Because the North Pole, the Earth, it's spinning, it's wobbling a little bit. It's not perfectly spinning on an axis. That axis is rotating, so it points in slightly different directions. All right?
What was your first reaction, sir, when you heard the delay by woodpecker?
Initial reaction was disbelief. Like, how could they cancel the flight, or how could a woodpecker attack the space shuttle? And you want to get mad, but we just laughed because it's so silly. How could a little tiny woodpecker attack your space shuttle? So I think everybody at NASA thought it was funny.
Sir, when your space shuttle is flying from the Earth, how is your experience, sir? It's very clear or very bold, sir?
Am I scared?
If you are scared when the space shuttle is going from the Earth to the space?
When we're taking off, I'm a little bit scared. I tell people 10% scared, 90% excited about it. Any astronaut who says they're not scared, they're either lying or they're crazy. You should be a little scared when you do something like that.
Which is your favorite trip? You said you 4 times
Yeah.
go to space. Which is your favorite?
My favorite was my second, and that was the woodpecker mission. Because we had a lot of woodpecker jokes, and it was a good crew. We just had a lot of fun on that mission. When we got to space, we opened up one of the lockers to get in some books out, and a little stuffed woodpecker came floating out that the launch team had kind of snuck in there for us. So we just had so many woodpecker jokes. It was a fun mission.
If you said one of your teammate is unforgettable,
What is unforgettable? Say it again. Teammates on all my missions. I think Leroy Chow. I flew with him on my first mission, and we're like best friends. We got selected in the same astronaut class. We flew our first mission together, and I traveled with him around the world as we were training. So this is 33 years later, we're still pretty good friends. And I don't get to see him very often, maybe every 3 or 4 years. He and I will get together. We'll go out to dinner. There's a lot of laughing and a lot of telling stories and a lot of lying. Not truths, joking around. Okay, he's my favorite, yeah.
When you are in the space, you can able to see every planet, sun.
We could see the other planets just like you can see them here. They don't look any different because we're not that close to them. I could see Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Uranus and Neptune, you need a telescope to see them, so I never saw them. But the planets from Earth orbit look the same as on Earth. The moon looks the same. The sun is much brighter because the light doesn't come through the atmosphere. And the last thing, in stars, we see more stars in space and they don't twinkle. Here on Earth, the light comes through the atmosphere and it causes that shimmering effect. In space, we're up above the atmosphere. So stars are steady pinpoints of light. No change in their brightness. Yeah. Any artificial eclipses when I was up there? No. You can only do what I showed you when you're coming back from the moon. And you line up the sun and the moon as you're coming back. So I've seen 2 total eclipses of the sun, from Earth. Both were in the United States. One was about maybe 10 years ago. Another was 2 years ago. Have you ever seen an eclipse? Total eclipse? It's really amazing, huh? Yeah. To see an eclipse is amazing.
Actually, my dream is to become an astronaut, same as you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. The quiz session was being conducted. That it is a tiebreaker session now. So the 5 children got the equal marks. So they only going to continue the quiz session now. Devadarshan, 8th standard, Venkateshwara Metric School. Abdul Ghani, Shree Raaja Rajan Cbse. Jayavardhini Venkateshwara. Mugil Amudan Chellappan. Vishwanathan Mani Chellappan. These 5 children only can stay back on the stage. Others can go, ma.
In 1984, who became the first Indian citizen to travel into space? First Indian citizen travel into space. You have 5 seconds to write the answer. In 2014, India became the first nation to reach Mars on the very first attempt. Which spacecraft achieved this? Which of these in the HAL, Tejas, India's indigenous light comfort aircraft? Okay. Which of this is the HAL project? India's indigenous light combat aircraft. Okay, next question. Which mission successfully landed near the moon's south pole? Which mission successfully landed near the moon's south pole? Next question. ISRO is preparing for the Gangaian mission, which will send Indian astronauts into space. What's the name of AI-enabled humanoid robot that fly on uncrewed test mission? What's the name of the AI-enabled humanoid? What's the name of it? 5 questions, right? 5. Okay. First question, 1984. Okay, Vandarula. Who became the first Indian citizen to travel into space? Second question, 1914, India became the first nation to reach Mars on its first attempt. Which spacecraft achieved this? Then the third one, which of this is the HAL Tejas, India's indigenous light combat aircraft? Then the next one, which mission successfully landed near the moon's south pole? Then the next question, ISRO is preparing for the mission which will send a AI-enabled humanoid. What's the name of the AI-enabled humanoid? Okay? Yep. That's it.
உட்காரு போய் உட்காரு கீழே உட்காரு போ
எங்கே போகிறீங்க?
உட்காரு
இன்னொரு ½ அன் ஹவரில் ஆஃப்டர்நூன் செஷன் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆயிரும்.
சார் நீங்கள் மறைக்கிறீங்க அந்த
முடிச்சவங்களை போக சொல்லுங்க. க்ளீன் பண்ணுறது மட்டும் தான் க்ளீன் சாரி முடிச்சுட்டா கிளம்பிடுவாங்க சார். இப்போ காலையில் செஷன் முடித்தவங்களுக்குலாம் பஸ் அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட்டு. கிளம்பலாம் நீங்கள், இந்த ஸ்டாஃப்ஸ் ப்ளஸ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லோரும்.
Jayavardhini. Name. Jayavardhini. 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 Yes. Okay. Winner is Jayavardhini.
And our winner is Jayavardhini.
Yeah, come here. Jayavardhini, come here. Who is Jayavardhini?
And Abdul Kani.
Next is Abdul Khani.
The next, Abdul Kani.
They both are the winners and both are going for national. So both are winners and both are going for national competition and both are getting a discount of 50,000 scholarship from these competition winners. Okay? Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
The base king.
Who is from Venkateshwara school? Yeah, come on. You are Jayavardhini, right? You are Jayavardhini from Venkateshwara. Yeah. Okay, you are Abdul? Shree Raaja Rajan school. Okay, great. Congratulations both of you. Thank you. Thank you every one of you. Thank you.
ஸ்டேஜில் இருக்கு. இப்போ ஃபோட்டோ செஷன் அப்புறம் வச்சுக்கலாம். மார்னிங் செஷன் முடிச்சோ கிளம்பலாம். சார் போனால் தானே சார் உட்கார முடியும். இப்போ மார்னிங் செஷன் முடிச்சு கிளம்பலாம். இந்த கவர் சேரில் உட்கார வேண்டாம். இதிலெல்லாம் ஃபேக்கல்ட்டிஸ் வருவாங்க. நீங்கள் பேக் சைடில் அதுக்கு பேக்கில் உட்காருங்க. ராஜராஜன் இன்ஜினியரிங் ஃபேக்கல்ட்டிஸ் இருந்தீங்க அப்படின்னா நம்ம ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை உள்ளே கொண்டு வாங்க. எல்லா டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் உள்ளே கொண்டு வாங்க. சீதாலட்சுமி காலேஜ் உள்ளே இருக்கீங்களா? இருக்கட்டும் சார். சீதாலட்சுமி காலேஜ் இருக்கீங்களா? ஓகே. ஆனந்த காலேஜ், ஆனந்த காலேஜ், ஆனந்த காலேஜ் தேவகோட்டை இருக்கீங்களா? சிக்ரி, சிக்ரி வேறு எந்த காலேஜ் வருது? வேறு எந்த காலேஜ்? வேறு காலேஜ். அனுமதகுடி ஸ்கூல் வந்திருக்கீங்களா? அனுமதகுடி ஸ்கூலு. நீங்கள் எந்த ஸ்கூலுமா? கர்நாடகாத்தான், கர்நாடகாத்தான் ஸ்கூலு. சீட்டிங் அரேஞ்ச்மெண்ட் கமிட்டி கொஞ்சம் சீட்டிங்கை கரெக்ட் பண்ணுங்கள். காலையில் செஷன் முடிச்சவங்க தயவுசெய்து கிளம்புங்க. சாப்பிட்டோம். பாய். பசங்க இங்கே வண்டி இறங்கிக்கணுமா? சாப்பிட்டியா? சாப்பிட்டியா? ஏனிக்கில் இருக்கீங்க நீங்கள் சார்? அப்புறம் இவங்க சார் சரி சார் இங்கே ரயில்வே
அங்கே பார்க்க சொல்லுங்கள்.
John Thomas sir has arrived.
Naresh Kumar sir stage ku vaanga, principal sir.
A very good afternoon to one and all, and a very warm welcome to the afternoon session of the International Conference on Recent Trends in Science and Space Technology. We are truly privileged to have eminent personalities, academicians, researchers, faculty members, and enthusiastic young minds gathered with us today. Let us begin this afternoon session with a welcome address, because every meaningful gathering begins with words that bring people together. To formally welcome the gathering and set the tone for this afternoon session, I'm delighted to invite Dr. A. Muthukumar sir, the principal of Shree Raaja Rajan College of Engineering and Technology, to deliver the welcome address.
Good afternoon and all present here. Respected Chairman Sir, Dr. S. Subbiah, distinguished Chief Guest, Dr. Don Thomas, NASA Astronaut, our esteemed inaugural guest, Kayambu Ramalingam, Chennai, our respected Dean Sir, faculty members, researchers, invited guests, dear participants and well-wishers. It's an immense pleasure and pride to extend a warm welcome to you all for the International Conference on Recent Trends in Science and Space Technology, jointly organized by Shree Raaja Rajan College of Engineering and Technology and Shree Raaja Rajan Cbse School. On behalf of entire SRRCET family, I am delighted to welcome you all for this important academic and scientific gathering. First of all, it is my privilege to extend my grateful welcome to our Honorable Chairman, Dr. S. Subbiah, Chairman of Shree Raaja Rajan Group of Institutions and former Vice Chancellor of Alapa University, for your vision, encouragement, and continuous support have been a driving force behind the institution commitment to excellence in education, research, innovation, and technology. I am deeply honored by your presence today, sir. Welcome you, sir. It is an Indian movement of great pride for us to welcome our distinguished chief guest, Dr. Don Thomas, NASA Astronaut USA, for your remarkable journey in space exploration and your contribution to science and human space flight are an inspiration to the students and researchers across the world. Your presence today provides your young minds with a unique opportunity to learn from an extraordinary scientific personality and to dream beyond the conventional boundaries. Welcome you, sir. I'm equally honored to welcome our esteemed inaugural guest, Mr. Kayambu Ramalingam, CEO, Chennai. Welcome you, sir. The importance of this conference is transforming the world in unprecedented phase, from the artificial intelligence and machine learning, robotics, advanced material, quantum technologies, satellite communication, innovations in continuously redefining to live and work. The space technology is one of the particular technology has moved far beyond the boundaries of exploration. Today, the satellites and space-based technology support for all the purpose, example, communication, navigation, etc. As an autonomous institution, we are committed to provide our students with the opportunity for innovation, research, industry interaction, interdisciplinary learning, and entrepreneurship, and skill development. Let this conference be a meeting point for all these ideas, a platform for innovation, and a launchpad for scientific discoveries. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to the various institutions, Chikkari, the College of Engineering, Shree Raaja Rajan College of Education, Sita Lakshmi Arts and Science College, Sri Saivan Annamalai College, Government School, MNSK College, Ananda College, Chengdunran Engineering College, Alagappa Polytechnic, Alagappa University, Mother Teresa College, University Campus Ramanad, JJ College, Pudukkottai, Bajadasan University, Tiruchi, Jagadishwaran Metric School, Main Malakudi, Wesleyan Metric School, Arandangi. Welcome you all one and all for this function. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that warm and gracious welcome. Now, it's time to honor our chief guest. May I now call upon our honorable chairman, sir, to honor our chief guest, Dr. Don Thomas, sir, the NASA Astronaut, USA, with shawl and memento. I request our respected chairman, sir, to honor Mr. Naresh Kumar, sir, the principal, Sri Jagadeshwara Matriculation School, Manamelkudi. Next, I invite a staff member from MCVTM School, Karnataka. I invite a staff member from MCVTM School, Karnataka. May I now invite a staff from Sita Lakshmi Arts and Science College to kindly come up on stage to receive the honor. Now, our respected chairman, sir, is honoring a staff from the MCVTM School, Karnataka, as a token of appreciation from our management. Now, our chairman, sir, is inviting a staff from Sita Lakshmi Arts and Science College. Next, I request a staff from Sivagangai Arts and Science College to come up on a stage to receive the honor. Next, I call upon a staff member from Wesley School. Next, I would like to call upon a staff from Nachiyappa School, Nachiyappa Polytechnic College.
Shree Raaja. Nachiyappa Polytechnic College. Thank you, dignitaries.
Guidance and encouragement add value to every gathering. It's now my pleasure to invite Mr. Kayambu Ramalingam sir, the founder and CEO of Go for Guru, to deliver the felicitation address.
இன்னைக்கு நடக்கக்கூடிய இந்த இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் ஸ்பேஸ் சயின்ஸ் கான்ஃபரன்ஸில் ரீசெண்ட் ட்ரெண்ட்ஸ் இன் சயின்ஸ் அண்ட் ஸ்பேஸ் டெக்னாலஜி இதோடு சேர்த்து இன்னொன்று நம்ம சேர்த்துக்கொண்டா ஃபியூச்சர் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் ஃபார் engineers like you and also for the students. So இந்த ரீசெண்ட் ட்ரெண்ட்ஸில் அதே மாதிரி ரீசெண்ட் ஸ்பேஸ் டெக்னாலஜியில் we have more opportunities for your generation. AI in ஸ்பேஸ் சயின்ஸில் அப்புறம் இப்போ ரீசெண்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட் டெக்னாலஜி எடுத்தால் சைபர் டெக்னாலஜி ஒரு ட்ரோன் டெக்னாலஜி ஒரே விஷயம் நம்ம வந்து அந்த ஸ்கில்ஸில் வந்து நிறையா நம்ம ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணி லேர்ன் பண்ணிக்கணும். நாட் ஓன்லி ஃபார் எக்ஸாமினேஷன் அதை த்ரூ பண்ணுறதுக்காக மட்டும் படிக்காமல் யூ ஹாவ் டு லேர்ன் மோர் ப்ராக்டிக்கல். ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ், மெஷின் லேர்னிங், சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி இதெல்லாம் படித்து வி நீட் மோர் எக்ஸ்போசர். நம்ம முன்னாடி மாதிரி இல்லை உலகம். நான் ஸ்கூலிங் காரைக்குடியில் பண்ணேன், காலேஜு அண்டர் கிராட் காரைக்குடியில் பண்ணேன், போஸ்ட் கிராஜுவேஷன் காரைக்குடியில் பண்ணேன்னு இல்லாமல் வி நீட் லாட் ஆஃப் எக்ஸ்போசர். இப்போ எங்களுடைய எஜுகேஷனல் டூல்ஸில் அதுதான் வி ஆர் கிவிங் மோர் எக்ஸ்போசர். வி ஆர் டேக்கிங் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல். எதுனாலனா ட்ராவல் தட் வில் பில்ட் கான்ஃபிடென்ஸ் அண்ட் கான்ஃபிடென்ஸ் வில் கிரியேட் லீடர்ஸ். ஸோ அதனால தான் நாங்கள் வந்து மெயினாக நாசா எஜுகேஷனல் டூரில் எங்களோட கோ ஃபார் குருலேருந்து பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். உங்களை வந்து சாதாரணமாக பார்க்கல. யூஆர் ஆல் ஃபியூச்சர் சயின்டிஸ்ட் அண்ட் என்ஜினியர்ஸ். அதே மாதிரி இன்றைக்கி டான் தாமஸ் இங்கே இருக்கிறாங்கன்னா ஹீ இஸ் எ இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன் ஃபார் லாட் ஆஃப் பீப்புள். மோர் தென் 30,000 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை இது வரைக்கும் மீட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். சாரோட ஸ்டோரி வந்து இட் இஸ் அ வெரி வெரி மச் இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன். லைஃப்பில் ரொம்ப முக்கியம் எதுனா பெரிய புத்திசாலியாக இருக்கிறது கிடையாது, பெரிய பேக்ரவுண்டோட பிறந்திருக்கணுங்கிற அவசியம் இல்லை, சிட்டியில் பிறந்திருக்கணுங்கிற அவசியம் இல்லை. ஒரே விஷயம் பெர்சிஸ்டன்ஸ், சளைக்காத மனம். திரும்ப திரும்ப நம்ம ஒரு விஷயத்தை ட்ரை பண்ணுறது மூலமாக நம்ம சக்ஸஸ் பண்ண முடியும். ஃபெயிலியர்களை பற்றி கவலைப்படாமல் டாக்டர் டான் தாமஸுடைய அவருடைய வாழ்க்கை வரலாறு அதை தான் சொல்லுது. 3 தடவை ஆஸ்ட்ரோனாட்டாக வந்து ட்ரை பண்ணுறாங்க, 3 தடவை ஃபெயிலியர். அப்படியே குட் பண்ணிடலை. 4th டைம் ட்ரை பண்ணுறப்போ ஹி காட் சக்ஸஸ். ரைட் நோ ஹீ இஸ் வித் அஸ் அண்ட் இஸ் அ வெரி சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல் நாசா ஆஸ்ட்ரோனாட் அண்ட் ஹீ இஸ் டன் வித் 4 ஸ்பேஸ் மிஷன்ஸ். லைஃப்பில் உங்களுக்கு எப்பெல்லாம் வந்து கஷ்டம் வருதோ டோன்ட் ஸ்டாப் ஓவர் தேர். அங்கேயே நின்றுடாதீங்க. இன்றைக்கி நீங்கள் எவ்வளோ மார்க் எடுத்தீங்கிறத பற்றியெல்லாம் கவலை இல்லை. இன்றைக்கிலேருந்து நீங்கள் எதை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி இனிமேல் எப்படி இருக்கணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு நீங்கள் போக போகிறீங்களோ தட் இஸ் லைஃப். ஸோ இட்ஸ் நாட் அபவுட் த பாஸ்ட் ஆர் எனி திங். ஸோ இன்றைக்கி டான் தாமஸ் சாரோடைய ஸ்பீச் கேளுங்க. இட் இஸ் கோயிங் டு பி எ வெரி மச் இன்ஸ்பைரிங். காலையில் பேசினது மாதிரி எல்லாம் நம்ம நாசாக்கு வந்து எல்லோரும் போக முடியலை. ஆனால் நம்ம சேர்மன் சார் நாசாவே இங்கே கொண்டு வந்திருக்கிறாங்க உங்களுக்காக. இது வந்து கிரேட் எஃபர்ட், லாட் ஆஃப் மணி, டைம் எஃபர்ட்ஸு. இங்கே நம்ம ஸ்டாஃப்ஸோட எஃபர்ட்ஸ், எல்லாரோட எஃபர்ட்ஸும் வந்து யாருக்காகனா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸும் உங்களுக்காக. இந்த இதை வந்து நீங்கள் நல்லா பயன்படுத்திக்கோங்க. நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Leadership is about creating a vision, inspiring people and shaping the future. I respectfully invite Dr. S. Subaya, sir, the chairman of Shree Raaja Rajan Group of Institution, former Vice Chancellor of Alagappa University, Karaikudi, to kindly deliver the presidential address.
Very good afternoon, one and all present here. I have great pleasure in welcoming the chief guest from NASA, Dr. Don Thomas, and Mr. Kayambu Ramalingam, CEO for Go for Guru, founder and CEO. And he is an instrumental for bringing this great astronaut to this college. Principal, dean and faculty members of our college, teachers and principals of various colleges, students from various colleges for attending this function. As Professor Kayambu Ramalingam has mentioned, it is very difficult for us to go to America, very difficult to go to USA and NASA to meet astronaut. So that is why we have brought astronaut here so that you can meet him and you can interact with him. In the morning, he interacted with the students for more than 1 hour. Now he is ready to interact with you and he is going to make his presentation. It is very interesting. He is going to tell you how he traveled in this space and what are the challenges he faced, what are the problems he faced, how he overcame, and everything he is going to tell. And as far as our college is concerned, we have organized this conference with the intention of making the students, those who are attending, to make you inspire. The science and technology is one of the most important one in our daily life. In every institution, every nation is assessed only based on science and technology. If the nation is equipped with the science and technology, it is considered as one of the best. America is considered as one of the best countries in the world because they have very good infrastructure as far as science and technology is concerned. Many inventions and discoveries are made by USA. That is why they are considered as the superpower. And that is why, and our college principal and his team has decided to organize this conference only to inspire the students, those who are from rural colleges, rural schools and colleges. And when I was doing my PhD, I got the opportunity of attending international conference. But whereas the school students are able to attend international conference, attending an international conference may be easy. But having the chief guest like him, it is not an easy job. It's a great chief guest. You cannot see him anywhere in India or in the world. He is one of the best astronauts in the world. And instead of going to America to meet him, he has visited Raaja Rajan to make you inspired. That is very important. If you want to achieve in the field of science and technology, you take him as a model, you can definitely achieve. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, sir, for sharing a valuable address with us. At this moment, I request our chairman, sir, to honor Dr. Satish, sir, the head department of CSE from JJ College. Thank you, dignitaries. For most of us, space exists in photographs, documentaries, and dream. But for one extraordinary man, Dr. Don Thomas, the space became a workplace, an unforgettable memory. In 1990, NASA selected him as an astronaut. He traveled into space 4 times, spending more than 1,040 hours beyond the Earth. He also served as a Capcom and became a part of the International Space Station program. With immense pride and thunderous round of applause, please welcome our chief guest, Dr. Don Thomas, sir, to share his valuable address.
Mic first, sir. Mic.
Good afternoon, everybody. As you heard, my name is Don Thomas. I'm a former NASA astronaut. I had the amazing opportunity to fly in space 4 times aboard the Space Shuttle. I was on Space Shuttle Columbia on 3 missions and Space Shuttle Discovery once. I've spent a total of 44 days in space, the Earth 692 times. So I've seen a lot of our planet. And I'm so excited to be here this afternoon with you. And I just want to share a little bit of my experiences, and then we'll open it up for any questions you might have. I want to start with by telling you how I got here, how I became an astronaut. I was just 6 years old when the first American astronaut launched into space. That was a long time ago, on the 5th of May, 1961. And at my primary school in Cleveland, Ohio, they brought us all to the gymnasium. I sat on the floor and I watched the launch on a small black and white TV. And as soon as our astronaut was in space, I remember sitting there that day saying, I want to do that. So ever since I was 6 years old, I knew I wanted to be an astronaut. I wanted to ride a rocket. I wanted to experience zero gravity floating around in space. So I always knew what I wanted to do. The problem is, well, how do you get there? How do you become an astronaut? And as a young boy, I had no idea how to do this. But one thing I knew for certain was it was going to be difficult. There's a lot of competition. Thousands of people apply to be an astronaut, and then a small handful get selected. So I knew as a young boy, my only shot of making it to space was going to have to involve me working hard and doing my best in school every single day. And that's what I tried to do in math, science, engineering, language, gym, music, art. Whatever I worked on, I gave it my 100% best effort. After high school, I went on to university. I got my bachelor's degree in physics, and that was the minimum degree you needed to become an astronaut. A 4-year university degree in math, science, engineering, or the medical field. But again, I knew the competition was going to be tough, and I thought I can't start applying to NASA with just the bare minimum requirements. So I decided I'm going to stay in university, and I went on and got my master's and my PhD in engineering. So after 10 years of university, I got out, and it was at this point then that I started applying to NASA to become an astronaut. NASA selects new groups of astronauts every 3 or 4 or 5 years. They pick a small group of 10 or 15 new astronauts. And it was 2 years after I finished university, NASA put out the announcement they needed new astronauts. I was all excited. I wrote to them. I got the application form, carefully filled it out, sent it in, and you can guess what happened? They turned me down. They said no. I was surprised, but I didn't give up. I decided I'll try again. 2 years later, you want to show slides? Yeah. Okay.
Maybe you can cut shots.
Okay. So 2 years later, I applied again with the same result. NASA said no. So at this point, I was thinking my grandmother and I had the same chance of becoming an astronaut. What chance was that? 0. I wasn't even getting close in the competition. So at this point, I realized I needed to do more to get noticed by NASA. And being an engineer, what I did is I studied the data. I carefully looked at the backgrounds of the people that were successful getting into the program to see what do they have that I don't have. What education, what background, what experiences. And by studying that, I learned a few things. The first was most of the astronauts they were selecting already had flying experience. It wasn't a requirement, but it seemed to help a little bit. So I started taking flying lessons, and I got my pilot's license. I also noticed most of the astronauts they were selecting had some parachuting or skydiving experience. It wasn't a requirement, but it seemed to help a little bit. So I learned to do that. I also taught a university course. This seemed to be experience NASA was looking for. So I worked on these activities. 3 years later, another astronaut selection. I sent my application in, and this time NASA called me up, and they invited me down to the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And out of the thousands of people that apply, NASA will select 100 individuals. They bring you to Houston, and you spend a full week on a very thorough medical exam, and then there's a 1-hour interview. I passed all the medical tests. That went well. I went on to the interview, and that went extremely well. So at the end of my week with NASA, I thought, boy, that couldn't have gone any better for me. And I went back to my job and just sat there and waited to see, did I make it or not this time? And I was back at my job about a week or so when some of my friends started calling me up from across the United States. They called up and said, hey, Don, the FBI and the police have been calling about you. Let me tell you, if the FBI or the police are ever calling about you, it's either really good or really bad, right? In this case, it was really good. NASA was doing a security background check on me, and they looked into my background. They checked the police records, every city wherever I lived. They met with all my bosses, every company that I ever worked for. They would meet with my bosses and ask what kind of worker was Don. How did he treat the customers? How did he treat the co-workers? And then they went up and down the streets, any neighborhood, wherever I lived, talking to the neighbors, asking how I treated people. When I heard this was going on, I said, this is a great sign. I didn't think NASA could be doing this detailed security check on all 100 people they interviewed. I figured they must have selected their astronauts, and this is the final check to make sure you're good to go before they announce the names. So I was pretty excited, and it was just 2 months later, I got the phone call from NASA. They called up and said, Don, thank you very much for applying. We had a lot of good candidates. We did not select you, but good luck in the future. I hung up that phone, and I was in shock. I really thought I had made it into the program, but here for the third time, NASA said no. So at this point, I made the decision, it's time to give up on this silly dream. I worked hard, I gave it my best effort. I tried 3 times, but clearly NASA wasn't interested in me. So I decided I'm gonna go to bed, get a good night's sleep, and then in the morning when I wake up, I'll put together a new plan for my career that does not involve being an astronaut. I went to bed that night. The next morning when I woke up, the very first thought that popped into my head was, I still want to be an astronaut. So I asked myself, are there any more of these little things that I can do to improve my chances to make myself a better candidate? And once again, by studying who they were selecting and who they weren't selecting, I noticed that most of the civilian astronauts that they were picking, they were individuals that were already working at the Johnson Space Center. So I quit my job, I drove to Houston, Texas. I got a job with NASA as an engineer on the Space Shuttle program. I did that for 3 years. Then there was another astronaut selection, number 4. I sent my application in. I got called up for the medical testing and the interviews, and that all went well. And then it was about 3 months later, I got another phone call from NASA. And this time they just called up and said, Don, are you still interested in being an astronaut? Because we'd like to offer you the job. I said, yes. I hung up the phone. And for the next 10 minutes, I'm just jumping up and down, yelling and screaming, because I knew I made it into the program. I was 35 years old when I got that call, and I started a 4-year training program for my first flight. So the first time I made it to space, I was 39 years old. So my number one message to you here today, the thing that I want you to remember more than anything else, is to work hard every single day. Always give it your best effort. And whatever your dream is for the future, and I know you all have dreams, big dreams and small dreams, Whatever your dream is for the future, do not give up on it. I almost gave up on my dream after NASA turned me down that third time, and had I given up, I wouldn't be with you here this afternoon. So I went on from this little boy just dreaming of going into space to getting assigned on 4 space shuttle missions. This is the crew from my last flight, and the last time I was in space was 29 years ago. We had 7 astronauts on the crew, 2 military pilots in the front row. On the right-hand side with the helmet is our pilot. Her name was Susan Still. And Susan was pretty unique. She's only the 2nd woman to pilot the space shuttle. And Susan was one of my country's top Navy fighter pilots. So it was a great opportunity for me to fly with her. You probably don't recognize that guy on the far right-hand side, but that's the way I used to look 29 years ago before glasses, gray hair, wrinkles, and a few pounds around the middle. I took this picture the night before my first mission. Went out to the launch pad about midnight, and as I stood there looking up at it, I had incredible butterflies in my stomach. A little piece of me was nervous, a little piece of me was scared, but my main emotion was just one of great excitement, because I knew 12 hours from when I'm taking this picture, I'll be inside heading to space, and I almost couldn't believe where I was and what I was about to do. So they bring us out on launch morning about 3 hours before liftoff. We take an elevator up to the top of the shuttle, and then they strap us into our seats one at a time. So here I am just about to crawl through the round hatch to get inside where they'll strap us in. We're laying down on our backs, and we've got shoulder harnesses and seat belts. They strap us in good and tight. Once that's all done, they close and seal that side door, and then everybody moves away from us about 5 kilometers. And it's very quiet inside the shuttle up until 6 seconds before liftoff. At that point, 3 big engines start coming up to full power. 6 seconds later, we light our big white side rockets, and immediately we take off. So laying on my back in my seat, I could hear the roar of the engines. I could feel the shaking and vibration going on. And right at the instant of liftoff, I felt a push in my back. And it felt to me like somebody had their hand right in the middle of my back, and they were just pushing me up into the sky. And that's what the shuttle is doing here. 8.5 minutes later, the engine shut down. It's perfectly quiet, and we're in space. It only takes 8.5 minutes to get to space. That was always amazing to me. And after 8.5 minutes, we're 300 kilometers above the Earth, and we're traveling at a speed of 27,000 kilometers an hour. That's 7 kilometers a second. This is Chaki Mukai. She was the first Japanese woman in space, and I flew with her on my first mission. And in space, you don't walk around like we're used to doing here on Earth. In space, it just takes a little push with your finger, and you go sailing through the air like Superman or Superwoman. So it's a lot of fun to float around in space. Here's a picture of Susan. She was the pilot on my last flight, and Susan's typing on a laptop computer. I want to point out one feature. If you look at her toes, she's got her toes hooked on that vertical gold pole. If she didn't do that with her toes, every time she hit the keyboard on the computer, she'd go bouncing off, right? It's one of Newton's laws. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. But if she just pinches that bar a little bit, she can stay in position, float in the air, and type on the computer all day long. And in space, there's no up or down. I think we pretty much agree which way is up and which way is down. In space, there is no up or down. So in space, wherever your head is pointed, that direction is up for you. Wherever your feet are pointed, that's down. So this is Nancy and Kevin on my second flight. Nancy's looking at Kevin saying, "Hey, Kevin, you're upside down." Well, he's looking right back at her saying, "No, you're upside down." This is what Kevin sees. In his world, he's upright and she's upside down. So who's correct here? They're either both right or both wrong. You never feel like you're upside down in space. It's everybody else in the room. Now in space, most of our food is freeze-dried, comes in these small plastic packages, and to prepare a meal, we add water, hot water to this, and that dry, hard food absorbs that water, softens up, and after a few minutes, it's ready to eat. The most favorite popular food from the Space Shuttle program was our shrimp cocktail. Does anybody here like prawns? Few of you? Well, Shrimp cocktail, I think, was a favorite food because it was a little bit spicy. Most of the space food's fairly bland, so I think that's why this was so popular. Sleeping in space is a little different. The inside of the space shuttle is pretty small, about the size of your kitchen at home. And we didn't have dedicated bedrooms. So when it's time to go to bed, you just take a sleeping bag, attach it to the wall, you float up there, slip inside, zip it up, and you go to bed. For cleaning up, we don't have a shower, we don't have a bathtub, we don't even have a sink like you have in your kitchen or bathroom at home. So when it comes time to clean up, we just give ourselves a sponge bath. For washing our hair, we use a special shampoo that you see here. It's called no rinse shampoo. And it doesn't require any water. You just squirt it in your hair, work up a lather, and then you take a towel, pat it dry, and you're done. I took this picture. I love the bottom line on the bottle. It says, for beautifully clean, full-bodied hair. And this is what that looks like in space. So this is Susan, our pilot. Anybody with long hair, it's going to float all over. I'm not picking on Susan here. Even my short hair floats all over. We have a saying. We say that every day in space is a bad hair day, and that's pretty accurate. I want to share with you the granddaddy of all bad hair days in space, and that's right here. This is Marsha Ivan. She flew on 5 missions. She had super long hair. She wouldn't leave it like this normally. She'd put it in a ponytail, but just did this for the picture. Exercise is really important in space. We don't use our muscles at all up there. It's just a little push with their finger and you float through the air and everything is weightless. I can lift a car with one finger in space. So we don't use our muscles at all, and it's very important exercise. So we had this bicycle we'd ride every day for about an hour. Get your heart muscle going, get your leg muscles working, so when you come back to Earth at the end of the mission, you're still in good shape. I'll wrap it up on showing you some pictures of the Earth. Whenever an astronaut has a free moment, you float to the window and watch the Earth go by. I've got a map in my hand. I'm trying to figure out where we are around planet Earth. And I'm looking out one of the windows towards the back end of the space shuttle. And I took a camera right up to that window, pressed it against the glass, and I took a picture so you can see exactly what my eyes are seeing. And this is the view I see out the back. So that is a beautiful blue Earth from 300 kilometers up. All the blue in this image is the Pacific Ocean. The white areas are puffy clouds. Now, if you look at the bottom edge of the Earth, either to the right or to the left of the space shuttle, you may see a little thin blue line. And what you're looking at there, that is our atmosphere. You know, here on a nice sunny day, we look up at that blue sky. It looks like it goes on forever and ever. From space, we're looking at the atmosphere edge on. And it appears just like you see here. It looks like a paper-thin layer. Most of the air protecting us here on planet Earth is in that first 20, 25 kilometers or so. And that's about it. Which is why when we pollute the air, it can have such a major impact on our planet. Here's a big typhoon or hurricane over the Pacific Ocean. This was a big one, 600 kilometers across. And we flew right over the center of it, and that is looking right down straight into the eye of the hurricane. Here's a volcano venting steam. This is in the South Pacific near Indonesia. Here you see the Himalaya mountains. And right at the center, that's Mount Everest, tallest mountain on planet Earth. I've seen the top of Mount Everest about 25 times during my missions. I call it the lazy man's way to see the top of Mount Everest. But I've seen Mount Everest, I've seen the Great Barrier Reef off Australia, the Amazon rainforest in South America. I've seen Mount Kilimanjaro, you know, the volcanic peak in Africa, all these amazing sites around planet Earth. And this is a sunrise from space. Because we go around the Earth every hour and a half, we see 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets every 24-hour day. At the end of the mission, it's time to come home. We fire 2 engines from the back of the shuttle, and we begin our fall back to Earth. And it takes about an hour before we land at the Kennedy Space Center. We put the brakes on, roll to a stop, and it takes them about an hour before they open the hatch and we can get out. And when I first came back from space, I felt like I weighed about 1,000 kilograms. I felt so heavy. and I was a little dizzy when I got back. And it took that dizziness about a day or so to go away. And then after a week or so, I had my muscle strength back. And then I'm pretty much back to normal. The space shuttles that you see here are all retired. They're all in museums. We still have the International Space Station orbiting overhead. Right now, it's about 400 kilometers above the Earth. We have 7 astronauts up there right now. We've got 3 Americans, 3 Russians, and a French woman. And if you look at that gentleman in the upper left-hand corner, that's Anil Menon. His father is from India, was born in the Kerala region, and he's up on the International Space Station right now. So how about a round of applause for our Indian astronaut up on the International Space Station today? Round of applause. NASA's working on a new rocket called Space Launch System that we'll be using to go to the moon and onto Mars. The astronauts will ride in a capsule called the Orion, which will come down with parachutes and land in the ocean. We did a test launch of this new rocket 4 years ago. We launched it from the Kennedy Space Center, and we sent it in orbit around the moon for 2 weeks, and then it came back to Earth. Everything worked out well, so this year we just flew our Artemis II mission, and we sent 4 astronauts looping around the backside of the moon. And we've had 24 astronauts went to the moon when I was your age. Christina Cook here on the left-hand side of the picture became the first woman to travel to the moon. How about a round of applause for her? Yeah. So they launched April 1st of this year. They traveled to the moon, and here's a view about 6,000 kilometers beyond the moon. So you're looking at the backside of the moon, the half of it that we never see here on Earth. Here's a picture of Earthrise from behind the moon. And I love this picture, looking at the backside of the moon, and then in the distance, you see the Earth. Our next mission will be Artemis III, which will be next year. We're not going to go to the moon on this mission. We're going to orbit the Earth, and we're going to test out 2 landers for landing on the moon on the very next mission. And that'll be Artemis IV, and we hope to do this in about 2 years from now. And NASA's committed to having 1 man and 1 woman on that crew. So again, when I was your age, we had 12 men walk on the moon. We're just a few years away from the very first woman setting foot on the moon, and I think she'll end up being famous like Neil Armstrong. We hope to land at the south pole of the moon, and at the south pole there's deep craters, and some of these have water ice in them from comets that bombarded the moon millions of years ago. That ice is still there. And from ice we could get drinking water, we can get hydrogen and oxygen, so great resources to build a lunar base. So where are we going with these new rockets and capsules? I mentioned the moon. We'd like to visit the asteroids and then go on to the planet Mars. About 20 years from now, we hope to land astronauts on the surface of Mars. This is an artist's drawing of that day. You see the landing craft in the center, and just to the right of it, you see the shadowy figure of the first 2 humans on Mars. And those astronauts you see in that picture, it's not this generation of astronauts. I'm too old to go to Mars. 20 years from now, I'm going to be 91. Those astronauts you see in this picture represent all of you. We called you the Mars generation, and it'll be somebody in your generation to be that first human to set foot on Mars. And that's why we say, hey, we need you. You all represent that next generation of scientists, engineers, technicians, medical professionals, and astronauts. And we'll never make it to the moon, we'll never make it to Mars or any further in deep space without your help here in the future. One last picture I want to end with. It's another picture of the full Earth. And if you look at that star right there, that's in North America. That's the city of Cleveland in Ohio. And that's where I was born. And I used to tell people, I'm from Cleveland. This is how I identified myself. Today, if you ask me, hey, Don, where are you from? I'm going to say, I'm from Earth. And for me, it no longer matters what city, state, country, continent, language, religion. None of that matters. We are all earthlings here. We all have to coexist on planet Earth, and we all have to work together to take better care of this planet. So with that, I say thank you very much. You guys have been a great audience. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for taking us on such an inspiring journey through experiences and insights. And now, we have the opportunity to interact directly with our distinguished astronaut. So we move into the questionnaire session with the Dr. or Don Thomas, sir. To all the participants, this is your opportunity to ask, explore, and satisfy your curiosity.
Anybody with questions? If you come on up. Yeah, come on down. Who is the first one to raise their hand? One of them.
We expect one participant from each institution to kindly take part in this questionnaire session.
Come on up here. Hey, you got to be pretty brave to ask the first question, so go ahead.
If humans eventually live on Mars, will Mars-born children be different from Earth-born children?
One question, can you louder? Put it closer to your mouth. Put the microphone close. Ask again.
If humans eventually live on Mars, will Mars-born children be physically different from Earth-born children?
Will living on Mars be physically different? Yeah, Mars has 1/3 the gravity of Earth. So our muscles will get a little weaker, our bones will still get weaker on Mars. There's almost no oxygen on Mars and almost no water. So Mars is going to be a very tough place to live. We'll probably have to live underneath the ground to protect ourselves from the radiation. So it's not a great place, but it's still one of the best places other than Earth that we can go explore.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I am Aarti from Shree Raaja Metric Higher Secondary School. Shall I ask one question for you?
Yes.
What is one discovery about space that could completely change the world? Shall I ask one more?
What is something I learned in space that could change the world?
That understand the humans in our space universe. In what is discovered about the space would completely change the
Something we learned in space that'll completely change life on Earth?
Understand our universe.
Okay. She's asking, what have we learned from space that could possibly change our lives here on Earth? And I think the one thing that was the most important, the most significant, is just looking at Earth as one entity. Not looking at different countries, but just seeing Earth as one. And the realization that we're all Earthlings. This is probably the greatest discovery that we've made in space. That we don't need to talk about our differences. We are all Earthlings and we all have to coexist and work together. I think that's the greatest discovery.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm H. Silmia Fatima from Sri Jagadishwara Metric Higher Secondary School. Can you ask one question for you, sir?
Yes.
What advice would you give to the students from our own town? The dream of space scientist.
Yeah, my advice to any student anywhere, just work hard every day. Give it your best shot in every subject in school. And sometimes there'll be a new subject that looks hard or difficult and you might be afraid of it, but to never be afraid, to always take on the challenge. I've done some things that I thought would not be possible. But through hard work and time, you can make your dream come true. So for any of the students here, anywhere around planet Earth, I tell them work hard and don't give up on your dream. You know, if you want to work in the space industry, maybe you got to move to work for ISRO. Maybe you move to the United States and work at a university, get a job with one of our contractors helping support the space agency. But there's paths that help you get there. It's difficult. And there's a lot of challenges, but it can be done. All you have to do is look at Kalpana Chawla. You know, she was born here, moved to the United States, got her college degrees, university degrees, got her citizenship, and became a NASA astronaut, flown in space 2 times.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can I ask one question, sir?
Yes, you can.
If we discover life on other planet, if we discover life on other planet, what question NASA would ask to them, sir?
If there was life on other planets, what would NASA ask them? I'm not sure we've thought through that question. We keep looking for any sign of life. We haven't seen it on the moon, no life there. On Mars with our rovers, we've detected no life. There's only one place in the whole universe that we know for sure life exists. Where is that? Earth. This is it. So if and when we ever make contact, you know, first we'll have to assess what level of life and communication is possible with them. Maybe they're more advanced than us, and we should be afraid of them. Maybe they're not as advanced as us. So it's all going to depend on what level of threat they might offer us as to what our response would be. But right now, we're just looking for any life. I don't know if they've thought through, what do we do? What do we do if there's other life out there? That's almost something we need to decide as a planet. All of us should decide together. Should we make contact with them or stay quiet?
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Sir.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Shweta. Sir, you have been worked with the ISS program as its program scientist. So how do you think the transition from the ISS era to the next generation of space stations?
Yeah, we've learned a lot on our space station. It's been up there 30 years already, and we've learned a lot. And some of the most significant contributions in that 30 years, we've learned a lot about the human body when it's in space for long periods of time. We've had a number of astronauts stay up there for more than a year. And this is all really important information for when we send our astronauts to Mars in 20 years. That's going to be one of you here. And so what we're learning today is definitely going to help prepare those astronauts for going to Mars. We're also developing technology up on the space station. We recycle about 96% of all the water up on the space station. We can recycle and reuse. And that is really important as you go into deep space. We can't carry enough water, food, other supplies. We're going to have to learn how to recycle, and we're learning how to do that up at the International Space Station today. So a lot of the technology that we've developed, a lot of the knowledge on the human body is definitely going to help you on your trip to Mars down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi.
I am M. Rajeshwari, coming from MCTM Siramam Chete Higher Secondary School from Karnataka. Can I ask a few questions with you?
Yes, sure.
What is the purpose of launching satellite?
The purpose of launching satellites is different purposes. Some of them are communication satellites, so we can communicate with one another all around the planet. Some of the satellites are weather satellites, so we can predict what the weather is going to be. If there's a cyclone coming, we know that and we can prepare for it. Some of the satellites are measuring crops, seeing where we're growing crops and assessing where we have droughts. Some of the satellites are measuring air pollution. Some of them measure ocean temperatures. So a lot of these satellites, because of their unique perspective orbiting the Earth, we can really study and collect a lot of data about planet Earth here. And a lot of them, like our cell phones and a lot of the other satellite communications that we have, enable all of us to talk. I can call home to my wife in the United States tonight via satellite. and we wouldn't be able to do that otherwise.
Is it impossible to aliens?
Are there any aliens out there? We haven't seen any aliens, no other life anywhere. We keep looking for it. I don't believe we've had aliens visit planet Earth. I do think there's other life out there. There are just billions and billions of galaxies out there. So I think some of them have to have other life, but we just have not seen it yet. But we keep looking.
Do I live in other countries? Do I live in other...
Do aliens... Say it again.
Do I live in other countries?
Do aliens... Show me.
Do I live in other planet?
Do aliens visit other...
Do I live in other planet?
Show me your question. I'm missing. Sorry. Do I live on other planets? Could you? Yeah, we've only had astronauts visit the moon and no place else. The first time another human sets foot on another planet is going to be when you go to Mars. And Mars is a hard place to live. It's really cold. I think the average temperature on Mars is like minus 70 degrees Celsius. There's almost no oxygen. There's high radiation levels. So it's really hard to live on these other planets. We can go and explore, but to build a colony, to have thousands of people living there, it's going to be very, very difficult, just because it's such a harsh environment.
Thank you for this app.
Thanks for those questions.
A marvelous afternoon, sir. I am Ms. Ritika from Department of ECE in Shree Raaja Rajan College of Engineering and Technology. My question is, what is the one technology that you believe will have the biggest impact on space exploration in the next 10 to 20 years?
Yeah, I think the one technology that's very new right now that will have a huge impact on space exploration will be AI. You know, as we go into deeper space, when we go to Mars and past Mars on long missions, we're going to have to be self-sufficient, and we won't be able to rely on mission control to help solve a problem or fix something for us. So I think AI is really critical for going deeper and deeper into space in the future.
One more question, sir. For an ECE student want to enter the... One question.
Yeah, people are waiting. Sorry for that.
Good afternoon, sir. I am M. Veeramanikandan from the Department of ECE at Shree Raaja Rajan College of Engineering. I would like to ask one question, sir.
Yes.
If a student wants to become an astronaut, what kind of technical skills that he needs to study, sir?
If a student wanted to be an astronaut?
What kind of technical skills that he gains?
What kind of skills do you need? The number one skill that you need to be an astronaut or to work in the space business is teamwork. You have to be able to work together as a team. I flew with 7 astronauts. We had to work close as a team. We're working closely with the ground, people on the ground in mission control. So that is just one of the greatest skills, just to be able to work with diverse people, with diverse backgrounds. Up at the International Space Station, we have 13 or 14 countries working together. You have to be able to respect other people and work together as a team. I would say that's the number one skill that you need. And good math skills and everything else.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. I'm Priyadarshini from Sri Bharati Arts and Science College. My question is, I'm a biotechnology student and I'm interested in building a career in space field. What career path should I follow if I want to become an astronaut or to work in space-related researches?
Yeah, I would say look at the path that somebody like Kalpana Chawla took, and that'll help give you a clue about how you can do that. I studied the astronauts before me to see how they got in, and that gave me ideas of what I need to do. I would recommend get your university degrees, and if you can go to school, go to university in the United States, and possibly get a research job with one of the professors who's working for NASA, it's a good way to get your foot in the door. You're working on a NASA project at a university as you're getting your degrees. And then maybe you can move into a contractor job for NASA as well. And the same would be here in India. You know, look at one of the contractors who's doing work at ISRO, or find a professor that's doing research that's funded by ISRO. And it's just a good way to get your foot started, get your foot in the door, and then you can start looking for the pathway to become an astronaut.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Good luck to you.
Hi sir.
Hi there.
I'm Anis from Shree Raaja Arts and Science College. My question is, if you could go back to meet your younger self before becoming an astronaut, what is the one thing you would tell to him?
Yeah, if I could meet my younger self, I would just tell him to be patient, keep working hard, don't give up, and I would tell myself, you can make this happen. The only thing I would change in my path, I probably would have moved to Texas earlier and gotten a job at the Johnson Space Center, because when I moved down there, that gave me some visibility in the astronaut office so that they knew me when I interviewed. I think that's one thing that helped a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Very good afternoon, sir. Very good afternoon, sir. I am an electrical student. I have a big dream to go to space. What should I learn to develop new things to become an astronaut? And one more thing, how did you maintain your perseverance?
How did
you maintain your perseverance, consistency?
Say that last part again.
Sir, how did you maintain your perseverance?
How do you maintain the perseverance? So skills that you need, a path to get into the astronaut program. NASA selects astronauts in a wide range of technical fields. Engineers, chemists, biologists, medical doctors. We have veterinarian astronauts as well. Oceanographers, astronomers. So any technical field is good. NASA just wants people with good technical backgrounds. And how I maintained my perseverance when I was being rejected, I kept watching the programs, and they kept doing exciting things. When I was in university, they started launching the space shuttles. We started repairing satellites in space. We started building space stations, and it just got more and more fascinating for me that I kept saying, I want to be a part of that. I never thought that looks boring. The program was so exciting, and that kept me going.
Sir, what was your biggest challenge in space missions?
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I am Gogulnath from University College of Engineering, Ramanathapuram. If you go back to your college days, what would you the skill that would you learn earlier, sir?
If I go back to my college days?
Yes, sir.
What
would you the skill that you learned earlier?
What's the skill that I learned? In my undergraduate days, I was a physics major, and that was a great challenge for me. It was so hard, and it's probably the hardest I had to work in my whole life was the 4 years that I was a physics major, and I learned great skills of discipline, studying, and just trying to do my best. So that, in undergraduate, that's what I learned, just good study habits and not to give up, just keep working hard.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Hariharan from Alagappa University. Currently, I am pursuing my master's degree in material science. I have an imaginary question to you. Suppose if a chance to move in Mars for the all peoples, how will we satisfy the energy need?
How would I feel moving to Mars?
Yes, sir.
If I had the opportunity to go to Mars, I couldn't turn it down. But I don't think I would want to go one way. I want to come back to Earth. This is a beautiful planet that we live on here. And as much as I enjoyed being in space, this is where I would want to live. This is where my friends are. My family is here. Brianni is here. So where do you want to live, on Mars or on Earth? I would pick Earth.
But there is no available of fuels, sir, in current coming years. Sir, the question understand. But there is no available of fossil fuels in Earth, sir. Then how will we satisfy the need of energy?
Fuel for?
Yeah.
For what?
For vehicles and electricity, etc., on Mars.
On Mars. Yeah, on Mars maybe we'd have solar panels there. on some of our rovers, we've sent nuclear power up to them so that they could operate. So if we're going to, depends on how big the colony is. If you have a lot of people, you're going to need a big power source, which is really important. So whether you go solar power or nuclear power, that's an option. There's no fossil fuels on Mars that we know of yet.
But there is no cooling system for the nuclear power plants on Mars. How will be cooling?
I haven't thought through that yet. So there's no cooling on Mars, but Mars is really a cold planet, and maybe by drilling down we can use some thermal cooling. So I don't have the answer for you on that one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So actually they launched satellites.
Oh, nice.
They launched around 100 satellites.
You've done 100 satellites here.
Yes.
Wow, fantastic.
Already we launched it.
On what rocket?
Weather balloon system.
Oh, yeah.
So
Great.
we make a satellite by our own in 6-month process, working hard with the use of this mobile phone. And we progress this year, Feb 13, we launched this satellite in weather balloon system. Last month we make a 50 satellites for teachers program and coordinate make the mini cube satellite. We named this satellite as Vigo Sat. VI represent for Vishweshwaran and GO for Gopala Sami Naidu, GD Naidu. So we make this satellite for the social problems. The one problem called spores. It is a fungus that travel in stratosphere and affect crops in India, wheat, rice, etc. So it will cause drastic damage in economy for India in future years. We solve problems by launching satellite by weather balloon system in stratosphere. We can capture the spores and we can tell the farmers this can be attack this area or this area in few months or few weeks. We can predict which spores, which fungi it types. We can give the antiseptic for the crops, sir. So we find this, and I ask one question for you, sir. In aerospace, there are so many problems. We want to solve some problems by our own. You think what is the problem that is not solved in these days in aerospace, like these problems?
I can't think of like the biggest problem in aerospace right now, but we have a lot of commercial companies that are working to bring the price down. Maybe the cost of it it's so expensive to fly something into orbit that your balloon is a really good idea. You can collect data much cheaper than flying a rocket. So it just depends on what you want to do. This wouldn't work for a communication satellite, but for monitoring air quality, monitoring crops, things like that, it would be a great solution and bring the cost down.
This satellite total circulation is 3 hours. We have next plan to settle this satellite 6 to 7 days to collect the data of India.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Good job, you guys.
They like to take a photo with
Yes,
you?
okay.
Yeah.
Come on over here.
After coming from the space, if you can walk in Earth or normally?
When you come back to Earth, you're very dizzy. And so when I came back, I just felt like somebody had spun me around a few times. And the dizziness lasted maybe 24 hours. And then I was okay. But you're very weak and a little clumsy. You trip a lot when you get back. But after a day or a week, you're back to normal.
After comparing the Earth's...
Thank you.
I know this guy has questions.
Yes.
Sir, if you could go back to space for one mission, what could it be, sir?
Okay, if I got a ticket to go to space one more time, the first thing I would do with that, I would offer it to my wife. Because she supported me on my 4 missions. I would like for her to see what the Earth looked like. So if I had one ticket, I'd give it to my wife. If I had two, I'd give one to my wife and one to my son. If I had three, I would join them. And if I had four, I would invite you along to join us. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome.
Great.
Hi, sir. I'm Kanimali from St. Michael College of Engineering and Technology. You traveled 4 times for space. Could you share one experience?
One experience? One of the most amazing things I saw from space was at nighttime. I'm looking back at Earth and I see city lights. And as I'm looking back down there, I saw a little zip of light go by, really quick. And I said, what was that? What did I just see? And I thought about it, and then it said, it dawned on me, that was a shooting star. When you want to see a shooting star on Earth, where do you look? You got to look up. When you're in space and you want to see a shooting star, you got to look down. So when I realized what it was, I just said, wow, I'm up above the shooting stars. Great question. Thank you for that.
Right.
Thank you. Yes.
Startup company. I want to wishes and autograph for this. Thank you, sir.
Good luck to you.
I invite students who participated in the questionnaire session to kindly come up on stage and join us for a photo. I invite the students who participated in the question session are requested to come to the stage and join us for the photo session. Only the students who have asked questions to our guest are requested to come to the stage.
ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் யாரெல்லாம் கொஸ்டின் கேட்டிங்களோ அவங்க மட்டும் ஸ்டேஜுக்கு வாங்க.
ஃபஸ்ட்டு கொஸ்டின் கேட்ட ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் மட்டும் ஸ்டேஜுக்கு வாங்க. கொஸ்டின் கேட்ட ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் மட்டும் ஸ்டேஜுக்கு வாங்க ஃபஸ்ட்டு.
எடுத்து நோ ப்ராப்ளம், நீங்களும் வாங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் ஃபோட்டோ
ஹலோ வணக்கம் சொல்லுங்கள் சார்.
முன்னாடி போடா, இங்கே முன்னாடி போ, கொஞ்சம் முன்னாடி போ, அங்கே ஃப்ரெண்டு
போங்க ஜெனி.
ஜெகதீஸ்வரா. இப்போ அந்த வேலை இறங்கிருங்க. ஆப்போசிட்டில் பாருங்கள், அந்த வேலை இறங்கிருங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் அந்த வேலை இறங்கிருங்க. அப்படியே ஆப்போசிட் சைடில் போயிருங்க. இப்போ அடுத்த ஸ்கூல் ரெடியாக பின்னாடி. சீதாலட்சுமி காலேஜ் ஃபேக்கல்டி இருக்காங்களா?
ராஜாங்க ராஜா அங்கே இருக்கீங்க போட்டோ அடியா இருப்பா நீ வா கொஸ்டின்ஸ் ரைஸ் பண்ண ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்
டைம் முடிஞ்சு அடுத்து பார்த்து அப்படியே உட்காந்துருக்காரு. அதிகமான ஸ்டூடெண்ட் உட்காந்து ஃபோட்டோ எடுக்க வரல. வர சொன்னால் பயந்து வேணாம் ஜாயிண்ட்டை கொடு ஜாயிண்ட்டை கொடு. மைக்கில் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணார் விட்டுவார். மைக்கில் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணாமல் யாராவது தெரிஞ்சவங்க இருக்காங்க. நான் கண்ணை காமிச்சாலும் வர மாட்டேங்கிறது. அதில் எங்கள் மாமா பொண்ணு இருக்குது சிக்ரி சார் டைமில் திட்டிகிட்டு இருக்காரு. மைக்கில் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காரு. சரி ரேவதி போக சொல்ல அப்படி பையன் வேணானா விட்டுரு. ரேவதி கேளு ஜாயிண்ட்டை கேளு போ. இருக்கு கொடுக்கலாம். டைமாக போது எங்கே ஓட் ஆஃப் தேங்க்ஸ் சார் யாரும் ஃபோட்டோ எடுக்கணுமா?
Students from Sikri are requested to go to the stage for a photo session.
தாய்மாமா பொண்ணு சார்.
சிக்கிரியா?
ஆமாம் சார்.
அப்படியே போயிட்டானுங்க. ஓட்டா தேங்க்ஸ்
எல்லாம் போயிட்டாங்க. டேரக்டாக நேஷனல்
கையை பிடிச்சிக்கிட்டே தான் சுற்றுறேன். வாங்க வாங்க.
நீ ஏமாத்துறடா.
நான் ஏமாத்தலைண்ணே, உங்களுக்கு கூடியே தான் இருக்கு.
இந்த பக்கம் இடம் பத்தாதுன்னு சொல்லி அந்த பக்கம் விரட்டி விட போகிறாங்க. அது மட்டும் எனக்கு தெரியுது.
யாருன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, நான் வந்து கேட்போம், நாங்கள் இங்கே தான் நிற்போம், எடுத்தா எடுங்க இல்லை எங்களை தனியாக எடுங்கன்னு கேட்போம்.
ஜானி இன்ஜினியரிங் ஃபேக்கல்டிஸ்லாம் மேலே வாங்க, ஸ்டேஜுக்கு வாங்க. ஜனனி மேம், அபிநயா மேம், சிந்து மேம், மேம் மேலே வாங்க. இங்கே சைடில் சொல்லிடுறேன். யார் இது? சொல்லிடுறோம். எடுத்த உடனே
எந்த காலேஜ்?
சென்ட் மைக்கேல் இன்ஜினியரிங்.
நீங்கள் எடுத்துட்டீங்களா சார்? வாங்க கடைசி நம்ம போய் எடுத்துகிட்டு போய்
சிங்கிளாக எடுக்கல.
வாங்க போங்க, அங்கே நாங்கள் நிற்கிறோம். சுபே சாரோட ஒரு 2 ஃபோட்டோ எடுத்து போங்க சார், இங்கேயே உட்காந்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. போங்க சார், நான் வேணா பார்த்துக்கிறேன். நம்ம ஸ்டூடெண்ட் இருக்காங்க.
சுரேஷ் வீட்டில் சுரேஷ் நான் கூப்பிடுவாங்க.
போங்க சார், போங்க, நான் பார்த்துக்கிறேன். இந்த இடத்த பத்திரமா பார்த்துக்கிறேன். போங்க, நில்லுங்க. ஆமாம் இல்லாமல் இருக்கு மேம், இருக்கு. கூல்ட்ரிங்க்ஸ் இருக்கு, வேற பீஸா இருக்கு,
அதெல்லாம் எடுத்துக்கிறீங்களா?
சாண்ட்விச் இருக்கு.
அதை எடுத்துகிட்டு போயிடுங்க. நான் அதை எடுத்துக்கலாம்.
இல்லைங்க, இந்த ரூம்ல அவர் ரூம்லேயே தான் சார் இருக்கு.
அங்கேயே போனாரா?
நம்மள செய்யுங்க. இங்கே வைக்கலாமா? சார் பண்ணி சார் நாங்கள் ஃபோட்டோ எடுக்கணும், நீங்கள் வந்துடுங்க.
சரி.
சேர்மன் சாரோட போய் எடுத்துருவோம்.
சொல்லிடுங்க.
கிருஷ்ணாந்தம் போ.
அவ்வளோதானே